Good morning, distinguished professors and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to join you this morning and to talk about this interesting topic. And of course, my sincere thanks to FUE and CBER for inviting me to speak today. Let me share my screen and hope it's going to work. Going to presentation mode. I hope it's now visible. Okay, great. So, yes, the topic of green AI and AI for green. As we all know, AI holds massive potential across the board. We've been talking about the opportunities of AI in every single economic and scientific sector, and the environment is no exception. So, we talk about ways that AI can advance environmental science and empower interventions on the ground. And we'll talk through some of these examples today. But there's also the other side of the coin, which is the massive environmental footprint that AI has, especially generative AI. And we'll talk through that as well. Just a few statistics to orient our thinking. The world is shipping close to 45 million GPUs per year. That industry is growing at more than 30% year on year. Lion's share, of course, goes to NVIDIA, but there are other challengers coming up. And big tech in the US alone is currently investing close to $500 billion in AI infrastructure. And that's not counting all the investments from the Gulf nations, Saudi, UAE, and of course, China. So it's a massive, massive industry and a massive, massive footprint that we need to be aware of. So examples for how AI can help. Most of you will know these already, but weather forecasting is a major area. Examples like the GraphCast model from DeepMind has reduced the time that we need to generate global weather forecasts to under 1 minute while increasing accuracy, especially for forecasting extreme events, which is, of course, very important in terms of disaster preparedness, prevention, and so on, especially that it gives a 10-day lead time. Out of China, we have things like the Fuxi model, especially Fuxi Cascade, which gives 15-day forecasts with 6-hourly resolution. And crucially, it helps us optimize renewable energy mixes. So if you're trying to optimize between, for example, fossil fuel-based energy generation versus renewable sources like solar or wind, it's very helpful to know when the sun is going to shine and when you're going to have wind that is enough for power generation. And so this has increased that accuracy by 13%. In terms of biodiversity monitoring, it's also a very strong and growing field, especially when it comes to satellite image analysis, which helps us track things like encroachment on natural habitats, but also movement of large animals, and forecasting of erosion or loss in biodiversity. And of course, the nice upcoming field of using sensors to detect acoustic signatures of certain species so that we no longer have to invade their natural habitat to track their movement and protect them. In the field of agriculture, also huge improvements in terms of water consumption optimization. So you can actually plan very specifically when to irrigate, how much to irrigate, so reducing water waste. Also reducing pesticide use so that you can detect a specific pest and do what's called point spraying to that specific part of the field rather than spraying the entire crop and damaging it. And of course, the use of fertilizers, so nitrogen, which tends to seep into the ground and cause contamination, can now be also optimized to only the areas and the amounts that are required. And many, many other examples. But talking a little bit about the other side of the coin, the green AI side, which is the environmental cost of AI infrastructure and how to make AI green and not just for green. The main message I'd like to convey is that everyone talks about energy consumption, and it's important, and we'll talk about it today. But there's a much bigger story. And the story starts with the extraction of raw materials that are required for building those 45 million GPUs I was just talking about. And this involves specifically the depletion of critical minerals, the manufacturing process of GPUs and other components for AI hardware is very, very costly on the environment, as is the operation of massive data centers. That also requires water for cooling in most cases, as well as energy, of course. And then there's the end of life phase with the e-waste generation. And we'll dive a bit deeper into each of these phases. But the main point is that the production phase alone, so manufacturing plus operation, accounts for 20 to 40% of the total impact. Just a few numbers in terms of energy and emissions. This is the expected growth of AI data center energy demand from now until 2030. Which is expected to rise to close to, or 945 terawatt hours to be exact. Just for comparison, Japan uses 1,000. So we're talking about energy use, the equivalent of the entire nation of Japan by 2030, which is quite huge. Then there's also the carbon intensity of data centers, so the greenhouse gas emissions that they generate, which varies quite a lot by region, actually, and is one of the metrics we should be tracking. And I've included an example here of 2 regions in Canada. So if you build a data center in Saskatchewan, for example, it's hugely more costly on the environment than building it in Manitoba. Why? Because Saskatchewan has a very fossil fuel-based energy composition, while Manitoba mainly relies on hydropower. So where you locate your AI data centers matters greatly to their environmental footprint. Talking a bit about the other parts of the value chain, so water, minerals, and manufacturing. Water consumption, of course, goes into the cooling of data centers, but crucially, it also goes into the manufacturing process of AI hardware. So achieving high silicon purity, for example, means that we need highly purified water and large amounts of it. The extraction processes are, in many cases, very, very damaging to the environment, especially for rare earths, cobalt, lithium, and so on. And not only that, they also take place in highly contested areas with conflicts and strife and extreme poverty, for example, in Central Africa. And then there's the toxicity of the manufacturing process itself. It has byproducts, including PFAS, or what we call forever chemicals, which of course go into waste streams and cause long-term damages. And then finally, e-waste, but also the indirect effects of AI. The e-waste crisis is huge. We had 62 million tons of e-waste in 2022. Of course, that's not all due to AI, so that also includes mobile phones and things like that. But AI is becoming a major contributor. And unfortunately, most of that e-waste lands in Africa, so thereby also exacerbating the divide. Then we have longer-term effects like the slow onset land degradation due to drought. So if we're consuming so much water for cooling and manufacturing out of the local areas, that eventually leads to drought, to biodiversity loss, and many other problems. And of course, there are the indirect effects like the increase of misinformation and disinformation, also about the environment, the increase of unsustainable consumption and production due to the very brilliant marketing generated by generative AI, and so on and so forth. And then there's the divide. We talk a lot about the digital divide between North and South. Unfortunately, the AI divide is even bigger because AI requires, especially the forefront of frontier models, require really advanced knowledge that not many countries have around the world, and therefore it becomes really difficult for developing countries to catch up in terms of being AI creators and producers, not to mention the massive capital investment required. And so the North-South divide is becoming even bigger, and the South countries are bearing a disproportionate burden due to all the environmental impacts. So what do we do? I would like to propose to you that it's an equation that needs to be balanced. And one side of the equation is the expected environmental benefits of AI, so all the stuff we talked about in the beginning, but then also the cost, the energy or the environmental footprint that needs to be optimized. And only if we can balance that equation, where the cost is at least equivalent to, if not significantly lower than the benefit, can we justify the deployment of AI. And I'd like to stress that AI is not a blanket technology, and applications do not tax the environment equally. And so it's important to do this on a case-by-case basis. We want to use AI for that particular use case in that particular region and context. How much is it costing the environment, and what's the expected benefit? And of course, as AI models scale, so do their environmental impacts, and so we need to account for that as well. So here are some ideas for how to balance that equation. First of all, we need to measure. You can't manage what you cannot measure, and therefore we need to agree on things that need to be measured and disclosed so that we can agree together on acceptable levels and manage them. And a few essential variables to manage are things like PUE, power usage effectiveness, for example, across different data centers. And I've given you an example of the energy mix, for example, for carbon intensity, which is the other thing that I think needs to be measured. And then water consumption or water effectiveness, water usage effectiveness, WUE as we call it, which is the use of liters per kilowatt hour of energy produced by a data center. And then finally, a very AI-specific thing, which is inferences per joule. And I'm sorry, the text got smudged in the conversion here, but this is supposed to say 100 inferences per joule equals 2 times the efficiency versus 50 inferences per joule. And the point here is that depending on many variables, including the model architecture, the hardware design, the batch size, quantization and compression techniques, and even the model size itself, you can really change the energy, the footprint per AI model. For example, the pre-fill phase, which is where you process an entire batch of tokens, for example, a large prompt at the same time, uses amazingly much more power than processing prompts token by token, for example, so generating one token at a time. And that leads to huge savings in terms of efficiency if you design your model to use a token by token processing technique rather than processing an entire batch. Unfortunately, most of the latest models do this batch processing, which is very inefficient in terms of power. So some solutions, now that we've measured our variables, is of course the energy mix. So looking exactly at where we're building our data centers, how are they supplied with energy, what is the renewables effect that we can gain, and of course AI can play a role here as well. Like I said, we can do pretty accurate weather forecasting now to help us optimize the power mix that goes into data centers. Circular economy, recycling e-waste, recycling the raw materials that go into it. Critical minerals have a very, very low recycling rate, unfortunately. We need to increase that. And then, of course, mandating standardized life cycle assessments across the entire value chain from raw materials all the way to e-waste. But then there are also technical things that we can do. For example, increasing the use of open source and shared models so that we can work together on their optimization. And then finally, of course, a topic near and dear to my heart, international cooperation and governance, which of course we have tremendously failed at in the last couple of years. And I could talk for hours about that, but we'll cover it at the end of the presentation as well. A quick note on the device dimension. So we said that where you build your data center matters. It matters for your energy mix, but also your cooling technique and how you design your data center matters greatly. And here's the table that shows you, for example, where air cooling is better suited. For example, in water-stressed regions, you don't want to build a water-cooled data center. And the same for kind of extreme density AI deployments where immersion cooling is needed, but you shouldn't really build it in areas that are already starving for water. So that optimization also, and those trade-offs between the energy impact and the water impact, depending on the context of where you're building the data center, really matters. But then devices also matter. So do we build a huge data center or do we build edge devices? Do we run the model on the data center or do we run it on edge devices? And the answer is it depends. And we still don't have enough research on this, but by and large, running inference on edge devices is better for the environment. It reduces energy consumption, carbon footprint, water consumption. So train your models on servers, on the cloud, on data centers, but then the more inference you run on the edge, the better off you are. And edge, of course, is not just mobile phones, it's desktop computers, laptops, sensors, etc., etc. Here are a few ideas, and I won't go into huge detail because of time, but there are many, many technological innovations that we should be stressing when we design our models. And DeepSeek, for example, has shown us a few years ago that you can really do relatively low-cost training and still achieve the same kind of performance. Mixture of experts models, which are becoming quite popular now, where you only activate the part of the model that pertains to that particular query, and small language models, which are slowly but surely replacing some of the large language models. So instead of activating an entire 100+ billion parameter model to answer a simple question, you only use a 2 billion parameter model. And then techniques like quantization and other model compression techniques that help us run, for example, I can now run 128 billion parameter model on my desktop at home, thanks to quantization techniques. So we don't always need to go to the cloud and to data centers. And then techniques like frugal learning, for example, which really help us rationalize the amount of data that is required for training and the amount of compute power that is required for inference. So all of these are things that we need to look into as a research community and academic community and invest more in them, not just in building the next bigger, badder, higher performance model, but in also balancing that equation that we talked about. And of course, one important thing is that generative AI uses 33 times more energy than traditional software. And if you remember the examples I showed you in the beginning on AI for green, most of them were actually not generative AI. So we're kind of investing in the wrong type of AI here. And of course, it's very cool because it generates, all these cool videos and images and so on. But it is not the best thing for the environment, whether it's for the opportunity or for the cost. So just a quick word on the international collaboration on this. So at the UN Environment Programme, we were very proud to pass the first UN resolution on AI and the environment last December, which mandates member states to work together to look at life cycle approaches, but also equality across nations and how we can balance that equation of AI. And then another thing we're working on is called the Global Environmental Data Strategy, because of course, data being the most important enabler for AI, And especially environmental data is quite rich and quite diverse, but also quite fragmented. And so what the GEDS, as we call it, tries to do is to develop tools and frameworks for better environmental data governance, access, especially to the Global South, quality and interoperability, so that you can exchange environmental data much more easily, and of course, democratize access to AI. Finally, I cannot but end with capacity building and its importance. It is important to empower the Global South to be AI creators and innovators, not just consumers. Policy implementation. So we have now the UN resolution on AI and the environment, but unfortunately all UN resolutions are non-binding. So those need to be translated into national and regional legislation and laws that mandate companies especially, but really all stakeholders, to abide by those rules and to disclose their footprint and to work together towards innovation to minimize the footprint. And of course, mandating that life cycle assessment and not just looking at energy consumption is extremely important because, as we say, the future of AI must be green and the future of green must be equitable. And with that, I thank you very much and can take any questions if we have time. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bushra Atasi. It's a pleasure to be here today to present our paper titled From Data to Sustainability, AI and Intelligent ERP in Business Transformation. Let me check. Okay. Organizations today are operating in increasingly complex and dynamic environments. They face rapid technological change, global competition, growing stakeholder expectations, and stronger pressure to achieve sustainable goals. In this context, digital transformation is no longer an option. It becomes a strategic necessity. So ERP systems have traditionally played an important role in integration, business processes such as finance, supply chain, human resources, reporting, and so on. However, traditional ERP systems are often reactive. They record what has already been happened, but they do not always provide predictive or proactive decision support. This is where AI becomes important. AI introduces capabilities such as predictive analytics, machine learning, and real-time insights. The key idea of this study is that when AI is integrated into ERP systems, ERP can move beyond process integration and become a more intelligent decision governance platform that supports sustainability, agility, and transformation. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. The research problem starts from a gap in the existing literature. When we made the research and discussed further, we found that previous studies have examined AI, ERP systems, and sustainability separately. But mainly the AI studies usually focus on analytics and automation. ERP focuses on integration, as discussed previously, and sustainability studies focus on environmental, social, and governance outcomes. However, we found there are limited research explains how these three areas interact together, especially through governance mechanism and decision-making structure. Therefore, this study aims to explore how AI-enabled ERP systems enhance sustainable decision-making and business transformation. The main contribution is that this study does not treat intelligent ERP only as a technology. Instead, it positions intelligent ERP as a governance system that shapes how decisions are made, validated, and implemented. Okay. The literature review highlights four main debates. First, in relation to AI and decision-making, many scholars argue that AI improves forecasting, accuracy, and evidence-based management. However, other scholars warn that AI may reproduce bias, reduce accountability, or lead to over-automation if it's used without proper governance. Second, the literature shows a shift from traditional ERP to intelligent ERP. Traditional ERP focuses mainly on integration. Intelligent ERP adds predictive capabilities and proactive decision support. Third, sustainability is discussed from two perspectives. The instrumental view sees sustainability as a way to improve efficiency, reduce cost, and manage risks. The transformative view sees sustainability as a deeper change on organizational purpose, value creation, and stakeholder responsibility. Fourth, the government and ethics are critical. Intelligent ERP systems must be explainable, transparent, and supported by human oversight. This is especially important when decisions affect environmental, social, or long-term organizational outcomes. So the literature suggests that AI-enabled ERP can support sustainability, but only if it's embedded with responsible governance structure. Okay. At this slide, you can see that there is a summary of the conceptual framework of the study. At the first level, we have the AI capabilities, including machine learning, predictive analysis, analytics, and so on. These capabilities enhance the second level, which is ERP functions, by improving integrated data visibility, cross-functional coordination, resource utilization, and so on. As a result, organizations can achieve a better decision quality, reduce transformation waste, greater agility, and stronger business transformation outcomes. The final level here is the sustainability. The intelligent ERP can contribute to sustainability by reducing operational waste, improving resource utilization, and strengthen the governance. The important point here is that the relationship is not purely technical. AI capabilities does not automatically create sustainability. This is the major point. They must pass through organizational decision processes, governance structures, and human interpretation. This is why the study frames in intelligent ERP as decision governance system, not simply as an IT system. Regarding our research methodology, this research adopted a mixed method approach, combining quantitative and qualitative analysis. The philosophy is realist because the study assumed that outcomes such as decision quality, efficiency, and sustainability performance can be observed in organization. It's also predominantly positivist because it uses structured data collection and statistical analysis. However, because AI adoption and ERP decision-making are influenced by organizational context, the study also includes qualitative responses to capture participants' insights. The sample included ERP managers, consultant and IT managers, data analytics. Mainly all involved participants were involved directly in the ERP transformation projects and initiatives. In total, the study collected 85 valid responses. The questionnaire used Likert scale items and open-ended questions, and the data were analyzed using the SPSS, including descriptive statistics, correlation analysis, and so on. The qualitative also responses were analyzed thematically to identify recurring themes related to governance, data readiness, trust, and decision transparency. Now, the key findings and the ERP challenges. One important finding from the study is that ERP project overruns mainly, which was the focus here, should not be seen only as project management issues. They also have a direct connection to sustainability. When an ERP project exceeds its budget or timeline, the impact is not limited to financial loss. It also means more working hours, repeated meetings, rework, additional use of resources, and delayed business benefits. In other words, overrun create organizational waste. The respondents highlighted several main reasons behind these overruns, including unclear requirements, scope creep, weak change management, misalignment between stakeholders, and the complexity of system integration. What's also important is that the most vulnerable stages
I think it's
will
frozen.
post later.
It's-
Sorry?
Oh, it's okay now. It's okay.
Mhm. Okay. So the message here is that the sustainability should not be understood only as environmental reporting or ESG indicators. In digital transformation projects, sustainability also means using time, budget, people, and resource responsibility. Efficient project delivery, strong governance, and better decisions making are all part of the sustainable transformation. For the key findings, the findings show that AI-enabled ERP systems can improve decisions making in several ways. First, the respondents perceived AI-enabled ERP as useful for improving decision accuracy, speeding up decision making, detecting risk earlier, and strengthening planning discipline. From an operational perspective, AI-enabled ERP supports better resource optimization, reduced waste, improved process efficiency, and stronger coordination across department. From a governance perspective, it enhances transparency, data-driven oversight, and accountability. However, an important point that we mentioned previously, from the qualitative responses especially, is that practitioners do not see AI as fully replacement of human decision makers. Instead, they see it as decision augmentation tool. The study also links intelligent ERP, sustainability, and business transformation outcomes. At the operational level, intelligent ERP can help reduce waste, optimize resources, and so on. At the transformation level, it supports organization agility by enabling faster corrective action and better visibility into risks and performance gaps. It also supports data-driven management culture where decisions are based on integrated information rather than isolated department views. The key interpretation here that intelligent ERP supports sustainability in two ways. First, it improves project and transformation efficiency and reducing overruns, rework, and resource waste. Second, it extends the same visibility and analytics capabilities to operational sustainability areas such as resource monitoring, transparency, and governance. So the intelligent ERP becomes a foundation for both operational environment and long-term sustainable value creation. The discussion also highlights one central message. Technology alone does not guarantee sustainability. The study makes three main theoretical contributions. First, it develops a decision governance framework that explains how AI-enabled ERP systems influence sustainability-oriented decision. Second, it demonstrates how intelligent ERP can reduce transformation waste, include project delays, budget overruns, duplicate efforts, and insufficient resource allocation. Third, it extends socio-technical systems theory by showing that the impact of AI-enabled ERP depends on the interaction between technology, people, processes, governance, and organizational readiness. As a conclusion, this study demonstrates that AI-enabled ERP systems can play an important role in improving sustainable decision-making and supporting business transformation. They improve decision quality, organizational agility, strengthen data-driven governance. However, successful implementation requires more than technology. Organizations need strong governance, mechanisms, reliable data infrastructure, ethical AI, and human-centered decision processes. Also, there are, and this study opens several directions for future research. Future studies could examine the long-term impact of AI-enabled ERP, because the study and the responses have been taken at single time. Could also explore the industry-specific implementation cases, although it focuses on many industries, not specific industry. Government's model for ethical AI, and comparison of different ERP platforms. This study covered many platforms such as SAP, Udo, Microsoft, and so on, but did not focus on a specific one. The core message of the paper is that the synergy between AI, ERP, and governance can create a strong foundation for sustainable business transformation, but only when organizations manage this integration responsibly. Sorry. To conclude, mainly, the core message for the paper here is that the synergy between ERP, I will repeat it, AI, ERP, and governance can create a strong foundation for sustainable business information, okay? And mainly for when organizations manage the integration responsibly. Thank you very much for your time. I would be happy to receive your questions and discuss the findings further, if any.
Thank you so much, Bushra, for your very well-informated presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you very much, organizers of this great conference. Good day, everyone. Me, Tochukwu Christian Woku, and my co-author, Professor Prasad Ratnasinga. We are here to present the paper titled Board of Directors and the Quotient Ratio. And this topic is all about corporate governance. And we all know that corporate governance is a topic that is globally recognized, both in developing countries and developed countries. Also, the aim of this research is to ensure to understand the effect of board of directors on the quotient ratio. Moving on, it's okay to understand that corporate governance is also linked to abuse of shareholders' interests. And that's the main reason why the board of directors are there to protect this interest of shareholders. Moving on is our research methodology, which shows that our data is non-primary, which is the secondary data, and it is gotten from listed companies in Nigeria. And with this, it is shown that the data is reliable and also verifiable. Moving on is our table that displayed our discrete statistics of the quotient ratio. And from the table displayed, we can all see that our mean and our standard deviation is stated as 0.69 and 0.22. And at this point, it's also good to note that the quotient ratio here indicates our dependent variable. Moving on is also the table that displayed the statistics of the board of directors. And this table displayed the independent variables used in this research. Moving on the next slide is also showed the table that also displayed the correlation analysis. Here, this is where to understand where each of the variables correlates with the TQR or where it didn't correlates. I also indicates where the variables are highly significant and the ones that are not significant as well. Now, moving on is the next table that displayed the Bruch-Godfrey serial correlation LM test. Looking at the table, we can see clearly that the probability of the observed R square is disclosed as 0.77. Moving on to the next slide is also the heteroscedasticity test of the Bruce-Perkin-Goffrey table that states that it is insignificant because the probability of the observed R square is 0.29. Also, move to the next slide, which shows our table entitled Individual Effect of Board of Directors on TQR. This can also be said the individual effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable, because we, as I mentioned earlier, our dependent variable is the TQR. And why these abbreviations here are the what? Are our individual independent variables. And from here, we can see all the results, both the extra statistics, the probability, the R squared, and the rest of them. Moving on to the next slide is the relationship between residuals and the expense variables. And these residuals, from the table, we can see that their probability of each of the independent variable is 1.00. And at this point, it shows that they are perfectly insignificant. And further, it can be said that the residuals are not correlated with the what? Independent variables. Now, moving on to the discussion, the conclusion and limitation of the study, we can see that the probability of the F statistics is 0.000, which shows that it is highly significant at 1% level. And from the above table, we can see that the director shareholdings is positively significant at 1% level with TQR. And this means that the hypothesis, which is hypothesis 4, was accepted. Then these abbreviations, IBC stands for Independent Board Committee, FBM stands for Frequency of Board Meeting, BDM stands for Board Measurements, and BMR stands for Board Members Relatives. It shows that these 4 independent variables are insignificant. This means that these 4 variables don't have individual effects on TQR. Now, it can also state that the frequency of board meeting here being insignificant means that it does not have individual effects on TQR. And that indicates that there is a negative impact of FBM on TQR. And it can also be said that unnecessary meetings can create low productivity in a company. So with this, it is good before one can call for any meeting, let there be reasonable reasons, because time is money and everybody shares their time. So in order to see that FBM will yield performance and yield productivity in each company, let the meeting be timely, precise, and have enough cogent reasons to discuss that will move the company forward. Moving on is the model. The model is jointly significant at 1% level, which shows that our statistics are 0.000. That means that these 4 variables we mentioned earlier, IBC, FBM, BDM, and BMR, individually they are insignificant. But when they are jointly coming together, it is what it has influence on TQR. But when it is individually having influence, it does not have influence on TQR. Then it also be said here that similar research can also be carried out using these variables, and also a comparative research can also be conducted as well in this mode with other variables. Now, let me mention the abbreviations here. FBM here stands for Frequency of Board Meeting. IBC stands for Independent Board Committee. DSH means Director Shareholding. BMR means Board Members Relatives. BDM means Board Measurements. FMA means Firm's Age. BSK means Board Skills. And CLG means Company's Leverage. So with this, I thank everyone for listening, and we're open for comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nermeen Youssef, Assistant Lecturer at the British University in Egypt. It's my pleasure to present our research today, which is about how national green innovation shapes the stock market capitalization in many countries. This research was co-authored with my distinguished co-authors, Professor Hayam Wahba, Professor of Finance and Investment at Ain Shams University and the Dean of Nile University in Egypt, and Associate Professor Rania Pasha, Associate Professor of Finance at the British University in Egypt. So, our study examine the climate finance paradox. We investigate whether the shift toward the green innovation across the 11 MENA countries create a financial premium for the firms, or it's basically poses a short-term economic challenge, given that these nations are transition away from resource dependency. So before we start, we need to understand the urgency of our research. So we must acknowledge the role of external global shocks like Russia-Ukrainian conflict, as this serves as a primary example of the global energy volatility. And also, we looked at the critical structure imbalance within the MENA context. The MENA region currently faces a significant carbon-to-value gap. As it was reported in 2023, the region accounts for 7% of the global emissions, but only 4% of the global GDP. This imbalance highlights the desperate need for the carbon efficiency. And also, this is rooted in the resource curse. While the oil and gas historically generated a vast wealth, nowadays this discrepancy now creates a high transition risk. Relying on the volatile fossil fuel markets threaten the local stability and making the financial shift to the green alternatives both urgent and difficult. So we addressed this, whether the national green initiatives translate to a valuation premium or it's just a heavily financial burden. Unlike the Western markets, the MENA is characterized by institutional heterogeneity. There is a stark contrast between the wealthy state-led model, like what happened in the GCC, like Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, and the capital-constrained economies like what you will find in the North Africa, like Egypt and Morocco. So in this study, we test two competing perspectives. Is the green innovation a strategic resource for a competitive advantage for the market, for the firms, as supported by previous studies, or it's just a compliance cost burden as supported by the other studies? So our research is basically grounded on three theories. The first one is the signal theory. We want to highlight that is the green innovation act as a signal of a superior governance to attract the sustainability-minded investors. And we also proposed the resource-based view theory and suggested that the Asian is a strategic asset that provides a long-term competitive advantage. And lastly, the innovation Claudia curve. This theory proposed that there is a U-shaped relationship between the green innovation and the environmental quality. So according to our research, in the first stage of this model, we have a scale effect where the high initial green innovation cost create a short-term financial pressure till it reach a certain threshold, and then this scale effect turn into a technique effect. So we're going to lead or to see the efficiency and the value creation later on. So here, in positioning this research within the academic landscape, we first address the geographic imbalance, while the previous research investigate and examine the green innovation and market capitalization in the Western context, but the emerging MENA markets remain under-examined. So our research here fills this gap by focusing on the unique institutional context of this region. Beyond the geography, there is another central debate on the financial impact of the environmental initiatives. So some argue that the green innovation signal a superior governance and enhance the market trust, while the other studies highlight the scale effect where the high initial financing cost of green patent can temporarily depress the market value in the early stage of innovation Claudia curve. So this paper stands at the intersection of these 2 points. By investigating the MENA region during the period of economic diversification and also contributing to the empirical evidence on whether the signal benefits of the sustainability outweigh the transition cost in those economies or not. Therefore, this study shifts the empirical focus toward the MENA testing the signal theory and the scale effect within institutional heterogeneity. So here we aim that to evaluate the impact of the national green innovation on the stock market capitalization with controlling some macroeconomic variables. So we hypothesize that the higher level of green innovation are significantly associated with the shift in the market capitalization. But this effect is contingent on the developmental phase. So here are, as you see, the methodology and the econometric approach that we use in this study. In this table, it presents the different variables that we included in our estimated model, the dependent, the independent, and the control variables. And our sample includes 11 MENA countries, starting from 2014 to 2023. And as you see here, this is the estimated model that we used, and we control some macroeconomic variables like GDP, saving, inflation, market liquidity measures, and the financial intermediary measures. And we focused in this study to use the fixed effect model as our primary model to control the country-specific traits, and we use the dynamic system GMM for addressing the endogeneity as a robustness test. So by controlling those, by controlling the macroeconomic variables, we can ensure the validity of our results by reflecting the impact of innovation on the stock market capitalization. So let's move to our findings. As you see here, this is our results. Our results present a paradox perspective. Why? If you look at the first table, you will see that the correlation matrix shows a positive association with a coefficient value of 0.22, suggesting that this sustainability is viewed as a positive signal. However, once we control the heterogeneity and endogeneity, the regression results show a negative significant effect by the coefficient of negative 0.05 in the fixed effect and negative 0.51 in the GMM model. So this indicates what? This indicates that while the green innovation is perceived positively by the market participants, but the actual implementation currently weighed down the market value. So we want to highlight this, that we figure out that we have a scale versus technique paradox is evident here. Why? Because the MENA region is currently in the scale effect phase. The firms are obtaining substantial capital from their core operations to fund the expensive green innovation. While the signal value exists in this context, it's being overshadowed by high opportunity cost and also the transition away from the conventional or the cheap conventional energy. So we want to summarize that the market recognized this commitment, the environmental commitment in those economies, but currently treats it as a short-term financial drain during this early stage of innovation Claudia curve. So we want to reach this conclusion that the green innovation is a significant determinant of the stock market capitalization in MENA region, yet the region to a low carbon transition currently imposes a financial burden. And this is due what? The early stage of structural transition costs. So we have a different theoretical and practical implications from this study. We want to highlight first the theoretical implication regarding the signal theory. Our study extends the signal theory in a way of while the national green innovation does signal a high governance quality, but its immediate impact on the stock market capitalization is actually negative. And this indicates what? This indicates that in the short term, the market participants perceive the opportunity cost of these investments, the green investments, as more significant than the governance signal itself. And also, we provide the regional, evidence for the innovation Claudia curve, as our findings suggest that the MENA region is currently in the early scale effect phase. This means that the high initial cost of the green innovation are temporarily outweighing the technique effect of efficiency gains. And finally, this research also applies to the resource-based theory, but specifically in those oil-dependent economies, as we position the green innovation as a strategic resource that is essential for the long-term competitive advantage, even though it is currently hampered by a heavy transition expenses. So we suggest some implications for the policymakers. First, prioritizing the subsidies and the tax credit, because this will help the firms to offset these high costs, initial costs regarding the green innovation. And also, they need to strengthen the intellectual property protection. Why? Because this will encourage the regional technological spillover across the MENA countries. And for the managers, we suggest that they can increase the transparency of environmental disclosure, because a stronger green signal is very important to attract ESG focused capital and ESG focused investors. And also, this study has many limitations, started with that we focus on a limited number of countries, only 11 MENA countries, over a specific period from 2014 to 2023. This can limit the generability of the results and also the ability to capture the long-term maturity in the innovation valuation relationship. And by also focusing on a country-level data and focusing exclusively on one measure for national green innovation, is this another limitation that we need to address? So, in order to address these limitations, we suggest some areas for the future research. They can move toward the firm-level analysis to examine how specific corporate characteristics can influence the market reaction, and while also incorporating moderators like country-level moderators like intellectual property protection or any proxies or any environmental policy proxies to see if the legal framework can facilitate the financial burden of the innovation or not. And also, we suggest that longitudinal studies and comparative analysis between the GCC and non-GCC nations are recommended to better understand the scale technique effects of the innovation Claudia curve across different economic structure. So by then, determine if the observed short-term negative impact evolves into a long-term valuation premium or not. Thank you so much, and I'm now open to your questions.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My name is Hiba Ihab, and I'm an assistant lecturer at the British University in Egypt. I'm very pleased today to present our research title, The Impact of ESG Scores on Investment Returns, Evidence from Financial and Non-Financial Institutions in the MENA region. This work is, again, co-authored with Professor Hayam Wahba, Professor of Finance and Investment in Ain Shams University, and the Dean of Faculty of Business at Nile University, and of course, Dr. Rani Pasha, Associate Professor in Finance at the British University in Egypt. So conventionally, investment decision-making has been largely guided by considerations of risk and return, essentially serving as a foundation of investment choices. Likewise, the success of firms was traditionally assessed based on their profitability over time. However, throughout time, this perspective has evolved significantly. Recent managerial practices now extend beyond purely financial considerations, recognizing that relying only on profitability is no longer sufficient. Accordingly, the traditional view of assessing firm performance based only on financial metrics has become obsolete. So managers are now expected to also consider their contributions towards environmental sustainability and societal welfare, reflecting a broader understanding of value creation. And in recent years, stakeholders' expectations have evolved beyond the traditional financial information and now encompass non-financial dimensions. As a result, growing attention has been directed towards the relationship between financial performance and ESG practices, as stakeholders now increasingly believe more and more that these factors play a crucial and critical role in ensuring the resilience, success, and continuity of firms. So building on this shift, ESG has emerged as a key framework for evaluating firm performance. And over the past few years, globally, there has been a significant increase in the number of stock exchanges and regulatory bodies recognizing the importance of ESG disclosures. Managers and investors are now increasingly using ESG scores as a tool to assess business performance alongside, of course, the traditional financial indicators, and to also assess future growth potential for businesses. So our study is grounded in two main theoretical perspectives. First, the stakeholder theory, which suggests that firms that actively engage and participate in ESG initiatives are better able to meet stakeholder expectations. Stakeholders, of course, in this case include investors, customers, and regulators. And this leads to improved trust, stronger reputation, and ultimately better financial performance. The second is the agency theory, which argues that ESG practices ensure more transparency and disclosure, thereby reducing the information asymmetry that could arise between managers and investors. And this increased transparency can improve investor confidence and decision-making. Empirically, the relationship between ESG and financial performance has been widely examined, yet the findings remain inconclusive and mixed. On one hand, a large body of literature reports a positive association between ESG and financial performance, suggesting that ESG does actually enhance firm value through improved reputation, stronger stakeholder engagement, and better risk management. In this view and within this context, ESG acts as a value-enhancing or a value-creating mechanism that contributes to long-term financial stability. On the other hand, we have another stream of research that identifies a negative relationship between both variables, arguing that ESG implementation can actually be costly, specifically on the short term. These costs often arise from environmental investments, governance restructuring, and social initiatives, which may reduce profitability in its early stages. Additionally, several studies report either mixed or insignificant results, suggesting that the ESG and financial performance relationship may actually depend on contextual factors, such as, of course, regulatory environments and industry characteristics. So at the present moment, there is no clear consensus in the literature regarding the impact of ESG scores and ESG practices on financial performance. And this issue becomes even more relevant and more prominent in the MENA region, where the region remains highly underexplored and lacks sector-based comparisons in current literature. Also, ESG adoption is still developing. And lastly, disclosure practices lack standardization in the area. So this creates a clear research gap that our study aims to address. For the main objective of this study, we intend to determine the impact of ESG scores on financial performance and more specifically on total investment returns in both financial institutions and non-financial institutions in the MENA region. Based on previous literature and findings within the context of emerging markets that are still in the early stages of ESG reporting, we hypothesize that ESG does in fact have a positive impact on return. For our methodology, we constructed a panel data set of 89 firms comprising both financial and non-financial institutions across 9 different countries from the MENA region, through a time span ranging from 2010 till 2022. We employ total investment returns as our dependent variable, while our independent variable was the combined ESG score as retrieved from the LSEG database. For our controls, we employ a combination of firm level and macroeconomic variables that include firm size, firm age, firm liquidity, Tobin skew, ROE, and GDP. We also use the GMM approach to address any indigeneity concerns and to ensure robust estimation. So regarding our findings, they reveal a clear sectoral distinction. For financial institutions, ESG appears to have a positive and significant impact on returns. While for non-financial institutions, the opposite occurs, where ESG shows a negative and significant relationship. So as we said, these findings highlight and underscore that the ESG financial performance relationship is mainly sector dependent. The implementation of ESG practices within financial institutions is typically embedded through the following: their risk management, their governance mechanism, their investment decisions, and also their reporting practices. So this allows ESG to act as a value-enhancing mechanism within this specific context, which is in financial institutions. In contrast, in non-financial institutions, ESG practices are more of an operational and resource-intensive nature. And this is largely due to the substantial organizational transformations that are required by non-financial institutions to modify their core operations. And this eventually results in higher initial and upfront costs. These costs may reduce returns in the short term, even though on the long term, benefits may still exist. So to repeat very quickly, this study contributes by providing evidence from the MENA region, which is highly underexplored in current literature. We highlight a sector-specific ESG effects between the context of financial and non-financial institutions. The findings of this study generate very important implications for various parties. Starting with the policymakers, the findings highlight the need to legally mandate ESG and non-financial disclosures, alongside standardized ESG reporting frameworks. And such a framework would improve data comparability, reduce greenwashing effects, and support better investment decisions. So again, we should have legally mandated ESG and non-financial disclosures to ensure transparency, accountability, and consistency. It is also recommended to mandate the appointment of a chief sustainability officer, a role that remains relatively uncommon in the MENA region. Additionally, we also suggest that incentives such as tax benefits and easier access to green financing are introduced to firms that actually successfully engage in ESG initiatives. For managers, we recommend that managers view ESG as a strategic lever, where in financial institutions, managers should focus on certain scopes. They should focus on governance. They should focus on cybersecurity, financial inclusion, ethical compliance, and risk management. While within non-financial firms, we recommend that managers in this case adopt targeted, cost-conscious sustainability strategies, where they balance short-term costs with long-term value creation, while at the same time transparently communicating their ESG efforts to attract long-term investors and reduce any agency conflicts that may arise between managers and investors. And lastly, for investors, we recommend that they should adopt a more comprehensive and a more holistic approach by incorporating ESG performance alongside the traditional financial indicators, of course, while they are making up their minds regarding their investment decisions. The findings also highlight the importance of considering sectoral differences when evaluating ESG performance, because since there are actual differences between financial and non-financial firms regarding their ESG effect. Such an approach can help investors make more informed decisions, better assess their long-term firm resilience, and distinguish between genuine sustainability efforts and greenwashing. And like any empirical study, this research, of course, has certain limitations. The main limitations here relates to data availability in the MENA region, especially due to the absence of a standardized ESG reporting framework across countries. In addition, non-financial disclosures and ESG reportings are not yet legally mandated for all firms across the countries that we included in our sample. This, of course, limited both the availability and consistency of ESG data and constrained the ability to conduct a deeper industry-level analysis. Accordingly, future research could extend their sample coverage as ESG reporting becomes more and more widespread throughout time. We also recommend that future research would disaggregate the combined ESG score into its individual pillars in order to specifically determine the impact of each dimension individually on investment returns. And lastly, we also recommend that future research would examine industries separately. Of course, this is pending also the availability of more ESG data. So to conclude, this study shows that ESG is a significant driver of investment returns. However, its impact is highly sector dependent, generating positive effects in financial institutions while imposing short-term pressures on non-financial firms. Overall, the findings highlight the importance of adopting a sector-specific and long-term perspective, a more holistic perspective, when evaluating ESG performance, especially within emerging markets such as the MENA region. Thank you so much for your attention, and I look forward to your questions and feedback.
Yes, clear.
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Lukenson Luido. I am a former student, master student and assistant research at the Université Québec at Rimouski, a francophone university at Quebec in Canada. I work in a global research project with my professor Tian Zheng and José Laflamme on the digital technology and food system. My work is to evaluate the digital technology and stakeholder engagement in the ecological transition of food system. I prepare 2 articles, 2 papers, 1 narrative literature review and 1 empirical study. In this conference, I will present the review, not the narrative literature review. This research was completed in the context of the awareness of the negative impacts of traditional food system, particularly in the context of the climate change. These systems are responsible 21 to 37% of global greenhouse effect gas emission, according to Abate et al. 2023. The integration of the digital technology is in the same times increasing in every sectors that have a flow displacement. For example, in the agriculture sector, there is a flow displacement from the field to the consumer of the product of the aliments. In this context, the consumers concern for their health and the environment. They want to change in behavior to ecological transition. This is in this context this study is realized. The question we pose we ask is, how do the blockchain technology influence stakeholder engagement in the ecological transition of food system? For answer this question, we prepare 2 studies. This paper, the goal is to understand the link between blockchain technology, stakeholder engagement, and the ecological transition of food system. I prepare another empirical study who study a grounded theory of the blockchain influence on stakeholder engagement in food system in the context of the socio-ecological transition at Quebec. For this research, we use a classic methodology. This is a qualitative research. I selected a number of articles between 2018 and 2025 For the recent and relevant of this article, I will select the more relevant in this article. The sources are selected based on the relevance in the qualitative study approach. And the manipulation of sources is doing at the logiciel and not software version 2021. This is the result of the methodology. I use the script you see in French and in English, technologie numérique or technologie digitale or blockchain or technologie blockchain, and engagement des parties prenantes, implication des parties prenantes, and transition alimentaire or transition agroalimentaire or système alimentaire durable. In English, digital technology or digital transformation, blockchain technology, and stakeholder engagement or stakeholder involvement, and food transition or agri-food transition or sustainable food transition. In this table, this is the result of the article in the database that I use. I use 5 databases. I find this, excuse me, I find this result. For example, in the Scopus, I find this number of articles. From the Sign Direct, I find this number of articles, and so on. And after, I make a reduction of this article according to the relevant in the qualitative approach they use to make the link between technology digital engagement of stakeholder and the transition, sustainable transition in food system. This result helped me to make a conceptual framework linking the key concept to guide the reflection on steady exploring blockchain and blockchain technologies role in stakeholder management during transition. For example, I find, for example, stakeholder in food system supply chain contribute to create temporal-proof data on the blockchain. The first proposition, and in the same times, the blockchain technology allow food supply chain stakeholder to access to encrypted information. In other time, the blockchain can promote the ecological transition for three capabilities. For example, the traceability, the capabilities the blockchain to make the traceability of the product, the capability to blockchain to do the transparency in the displacement of the flow, and the capability to blockchain to reduce the food waste. For the traceability, blockchain allow tracing the origin of product, the information of product on the old chain. For example, if there are some producers who produce a product, he can put the information on this product, and in the displacement of the flow of this product to the consumers, the information can favor the traceability of this product. And this traceability reinforce the transparency of the change. And according to the literature research, the blockchain can reduce the food waste because it can help the consumer to decide the choice of the product they will be to birth. According to this, the blockchain can reduce the food waste, and all this can contribute to the ecological transition because it is it is already demonstrated that the stakeholder engagement participate to the ecological transition. The blockchain will be reinforced the using of the for example the behavior, the change of behavior comportment of the stakeholder to the ecological behaviors. This research is also used for the empirical research that I realized. In this empirical research, we use the theoretical framework of the MLP, multi-level perspective of Gilles, that help me to prove how the blockchain technology for the traceability, the transparency, the food wars can help to the ecological transition for 3 levels, micro level, meso level, and macro level in the context of Quebec agriculture. Alors, this study is a study who have some perspective research. For example, a grounded theory analysis of blockchain contribution to stakeholder engagement in the ecological transition of food system is realized within a specific territorial context will be a compelling study. This helps to develop an emerging theory to guide the intervention and inform further studies. He helped also to contextualize empirical study in territories activities, engagement in food system transition. This is for helping provide a deeper insight into the socio-technical dynamic underlying socio-ecological transformation of food system. This study has some limit because I use a approach of narrative literature review. I can use the systematic literature review, but because I use many domains of research, for example, technology digital, ecological transition, stakeholder engagement, I use the literature narrative because it is a limit of this study, because I don't use all the article that explain the link between the digital technology, digital technology, stakeholder engagement, and ecological transition. Finally, the study asks how the digital technology can participate to the sustainable development, specifically food transition, the ecological transition in the food system. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm presenting our research, which reveals how digital storytelling and brand resonance drive purchase intention among small business entrepreneurs on social media in Egypt. It's prepared by Sarah Mohammed Abdelaziz Minawi and Ponsi Salah Saleh, and our presentation outline contains introduction, research objectives, research model, research methodology, research findings, limitation, and future research area. Digital storytelling through social media helps business build a stronger customer relationship, increase engagement, and communicate brand authenticity. Brand storytelling strengthens brand resonance by creating emotional connection with consumers, leading to higher loyalty, trust, and purchase intention. Egyptians or small business face challenges in applying effective digital content strategies because of limited resources, weak digital skills, and intense competition. Understanding the role of digital storytelling is important to help small business improve competitiveness, marketing performance, and customer engagement. Our research objective, our research aims to investigate the impact of digital brand storytelling on brand resonance and consumer behavior among Egyptian small business. It seeks to examine the relationship between storytelling practices, customer engagement, emotional responses, and purchase intention, while also filling the gap in research on storytelling in emerging markets such as Egypt. As shown in our research conception model, we have three variables in this study. First of one, digital storytelling, and it's considered as independent variable, and its dimension perceived statics, narrative structure, were perceived ethics. The second variable is brand resonance, and it's also considered as independent variable, and its dimension brand loyalty, attitudinal attachment, sense of community, and active engagement. These two variables will affect the dependent variable purchase intention. Research methodology, research design, quantitative survey conducted among Egyptian social media users using convenience non-probability sampling. The questionnaire was translated from English into Arabic, and we have a pilot study distributed among 50 participants, was conducted in September 2025. Measurement scale, all constructs were measured using a 5-point Likert scale, ranging from 1 indicates to strongly disagree to 5 indicated to strongly agree. Research findings, as shown in this table, we hypothesized our variables into main hypotheses. First of them, H1, digital storytelling has an effect on purchase intention in social media, and this hypothesis is accepted. It branches to three sub-hypotheses. H11, perceived aesthetic has an effect on purchase intention in social media, and this hypothesis is rejected. H12, narrative structure has an effect on purchase intention in social media, and this hypothesis is accepted. H13, perceived ethics has an effect on purchase intention in social media, and it's also accepted. The second main hypothesis in our research, H2, brand resonance has an effect on purchase intention in social media, and it's accepted as a whole. But it branches to 4 sub-hypotheses. H21, behavioral loyalty has an effect on purchase intention in social media, and it's accepted. H22 and H23 was rejected. Attitudinal attachment has an effect on purchase intention in social media. Sense of community has an effect on purchase intention in social media. H24, active engagement has an effect on purchase intention in social media, and it was accepted. So we have a table as shown that summarized the entrepreneurs most recognized by social media users. They respond, and there are the percentage of these mentions. Fatty's Donuts has the highest percentage that recognized from social media users. It has 34%, around 34%, followed by Dina Dash and Hadia Ghalib. They had 33%, or around 33%, followed by Dina Ghabour, and on the other hand, the category others recorded the lowest percentage of the response. Our research limitation, The study focused only on Egyptian small business entrepreneurs and used cross-sectional questionnaire design, which limits the generalization of the finding over time and across different contexts. The research relied on self-reported responses, exclude other factors such as price, influencer marketing, and platform differences that may also affect purchase intention. Our future research area, future studies should examine how digital storytelling and brand resonance develop over time and across different social media platforms. Researchers are encouraged to explore additional factors such as AI-generated content, cultural differences, and different storytelling styles using broader and mixed research methods. Thank you for listening, and I'm ready to have any question.
So today's paper is based on the AI integrated talent identification to management. It's a bridge framework for sustainable athlete development and elite sports systems. My name is Marianne. I am a lecturer at LSST, and I have written this paper with Dr. Flomney Menon, who I would like to send my gratitude and thanks to. So as we can see, there are 5 stages. We start off with the introduction and research context. Then we move on onto the research positioning, core, tension, and statement. Then the literature review, fragmentation, the gap, and the problematization itself, the aim and objectives, as well as the methodology and the prisma. And then we'll move on to the bridge framework, contribution, and implications. So to start with, over the last decade, elite sports organizations have rapidly adopted AI technologies, including machine learning, prediction modeling, computer vision, and scouting algorithms. But athlete development still heavily relies on the organizational governance, these psychosocial support systems and talent management frameworks, which there's not been a lot of corresponding evolution within the organizational frameworks for developing and retaining talents, which the deeper issue is the growing disconnect between the predictive intelligence and the actual well-being and management. So as we can see, I have inputted a disconnected conceptual domain framework, which illustrates how AI analytics, it's a continuous loop with human validation translation layer and athlete development. So you cannot have well-being, transition support, and holistic development if you don't have the TMU integration, the organizational coordination, and the governance, as well as the predictive model. And so the core tension here is that the current high-performance systems frequently prioritize predictive efficiency over sustainable development. As we know, AI would actually give you predictive answers to search if not prompted correctly. So therefore, this study will argue the existing trajectory of AI, especially in elite sports, and how incomplete is because of the actual predictive capability alone. It cannot generate sustainable athlete outcomes. So my key statement, actually, it goes as prediction without organizational integration, it creates development fragmentation. And with fragmentation, you have a cycle of missed potential in athlete development. The identity, you can't identify the identity, you can't develop, you can't interpret, you can't integrate if you have fragmented systems with limited coordinations. So as we can see, the actual literature overview. So there are 3 dominant literature reviews. The first one focuses on the artificial intelligence and sports analytics but mainly on talent identification, match performance, and scouting efficiency. Then we have the second one, talent management and organizational strategic management, emphasizes on the TMUs, retention, and cross-functional governance structure, which again is interconnected with the holistic athlete development research, where you have psychological well-being, psychosocial, as well as dual career transition pathways, because it's very essential to know that a lot of athletes would then like to move on to their next career pathway, which nowadays it's hard to identify, therefore lack of identity development. When we go to the research gap, there are 4 key points. The AI generated insights, the human judgment, which is the gap, the biggest gap of all. Then we have the organizational governance, as well as the sustainable athlete development systems. And I have created a framework where we can see that the existing research, in this case, talent management and retention drivers, continuously move into the research gap, longitudinal retention studies, and then future research directions, and then the impact itself on the existing. So it's a continuous loop where the consequences would be governance asymmetry, as well as development inconsistency. So it is essential that we highlight that the well-being neglect could be impacted if unsustainable retention outcomes. So the problematization is that the current AI-enabled systems assume that enhanced prediction automatically produced development outcomes, which AI systems generate analytical outputs and predictive signals. However, the actual meaning remains socially and organizationally constructed. Therefore, we all know that athlete progression depends on many aspects, as well as psychological, psychosocial understanding, and the coordination itself. The main research of the study was to develop a governance-based framework that is capable of translating the AI talent identification into a more sustainable and retention outcome. And the objective are interconnected, where we critically examine the fragmentation, we analyze the governance, and then we develop the bridge framework, which then it puts the research into position that the AI as an organizational capability requires governance rather than an autonomous decision-making mechanism. The methodology itself, it was a qualitative dominant integrative systematic review approach, where we have database search screening, we identified key teams, and then we synthesize those teams. We have 36 interdisciplinary peer-reviewed studies were thoroughly analyzed and published between 25 and 2025 from Scopus, Web of Science, and Google Scholar. And we can see the Prisma screening. It summarizes the throughout stage and the screening outcome, where only 36 were synthesized and chosen, starting from 212. When we move to the key findings, we can see the table that we have instability in terms of integrated approach. So we have 2 approaches, AI focused and talent systems. Both have a different percentage, and then integrated shows that they have the least, which means that the need for human interpretation, algorithms alone cannot assess issues like development maturity, psychosocial context, and identification of athletes and potential transition risk. Yes, we can see the potential in their peakness or the physical aspects, but we cannot see the psychological and psychosocial because there are so many variables there which have to be taken into consideration, as AI is just a tool that, if not implemented properly, can have disparity in the technological capacity. So the finding for, as we can see, the retention and advancement are most effective in systems that are cross-functional, that work together. So we have this question where we often ask why this pattern exists. The analysis of all is that artificial intelligence algorithms primarily emphasize efficiency, optimization, and prediction. But on the other hand, athletic systems entails prediction, activities, social, psychological alignment, and governance, which not often is underlined. Therefore, this paper redefines the AI technology not as self-contained, but also as an organizational resource that needs interpretation and governance, which is very crucial. And this is the conceptual framework. We have 4 layers: the talent acquisition through AI, then it moves to the TMU integration, then onto the human validation transition, and the AI talent capture, which, if you cannot get into the TMU integration, then you will not have the actual panels, the ethics, and bias audit, which is the most crucial when moving into the AI talent capture, because after all, it's a computer vision and performance analytics based on biomechanics. The theoretical contribution, so we can see the human validation versus the AI TIM bridge. Both have different and vary. So for example, we have governance mechanism versus strategic talent management, ethical filters versus organizational governance theory. So we can see that the study advances the literature by responding AI not as an autonomous decision-making mechanism, but also as capability to interpret, develop, and integrate. So the practical implications is to construct TMU-based infrastructure. High-performance sports organization must create TMU-based system, which stands for talent management units, that can accommodate coaching, psychology, and well-being human resources functions within the actual elite sports systems, because HR and psychology is very crucial when identifying talent. And AI technology should be used as a decision support technology, not a tool for decision making. And we have the strategic model of summary. So it's AI capability, human interpretation, organizational governance, development systems, and long-term retention planning. To conclude, the findings really demonstrate that the sustainable systems depend upon several factors, which are organizational integration, the governance coordination, structural development, and the long-term well-being planning, which then the AI TIM bridge provides a governance-oriented framework, linking both the AI and the organizational system. So for sustainable athlete development is organizationally engineered, ethically governed, and strategically integrated, not merely algorithmically predicted. That's the key statement that we all have to take into consideration. So if you all have any questions and discussions, please be free to ask. Thank you.
The recurrent missing dimensions in interface and intercultural dialogues that have impeded the formulation of a viable identification ground needed for economic stability, of course, and for sustainable development, and for co-living. And the second question, how the intelligent era has added a lot, and I have large database for this study. I am doing a selective engagement to address two things. Of course, I'm not here to talk about the utopia of technological revolution. Of course, it has its own advantages, and we are so happy with it. But I am talking about how to address key challenges. And when I came up with some challenges, I came up with one that I termed from traditional colonialism to digital colonialism. So I'm talking about colonialism as a challenge, which transformed from traditional to digital world. Of course, this challenge is very well addressed in two major papers that I really got in my database for this research. The first one is entitled "The European Union and the Recycling of Colonialism, Formation of Europeans through Intercultural Dialogue." And it was written by Professor Robert Aman. It is a CDA study, and it is in line with finding of other several scholars. It goes to say Eurocentric and the colonial ideas continue to shape teaching and the curriculum, which may implicate that intercultural dialogue and other educational practices emphasized by EU becomes tools of exclusion rather than creating a bond between subjects residing inside as well as outside communities. And the second article, which is very telling also, by Professor Sarah Wolf, and it is entitled EU Religious Engagement in the Southern Mediterranean, Much Ado About Nothing. This is her metaphor, not mine. And it is published also by terms of Creative Commons attribution. Professor Wolf states that EU religious engagement constitutes both a physical and ontological security-seeking practice, and she brings a lot of details regarding this perspective. What Professor Sarah Wolf wrote may be also very compatible in one way or another with a third article from the data bank of this research, entitled, and it is written by one of the major key staff in the chromosome of Harvard, and it is entitled, "I Am Not a Moderate Muslim." And when you read this article, you can feel the sense that the word moderate Muslim is framed in a very loaded terms, which means suppression, means yes people, means as if it is, it reminds me with a lyric which says, he's a real nowhere man sitting in his nowhere land, making all his nowhere plans for nobody, doesn't have a point of view, knows not where he's going to, etc. The beautiful lyric. As if it is like that. Of course, we have also, let us conclude about this first challenge by saying that, referring to another paper entitled "The Persistence of Orientalism, Anglo-American Historians and Modern Egypt, Middle East Studies Beyond Dominant Paradigms." That paper was written by Professor Peter Grant, a historian and a well-known writer and a professor of history, who came to Egypt in Library of Alexandria, and we had extensive, lengthy dialogue with him, which was very, very fruitful. And it was, of course, face-to-face is totally different from the online thing. And he tried to find a way out of this persistence of Orientalism. He continued the work of Edward Said with his titles Orientalism. Also, in a paper published by in Modern Diplomacy, Shahala mentioned that AI-powered spiritual helpers, truly capable of directing a person's soul, diluting the highly personal aspects of religion. And there is a possibility of digital forging here and deviation from the reality of a given religion. Of course, the words deepfake, disinformation, misinformation, bias system are very frequently reiterated by many experts in that domain. Of course, there should be some other time for detailed, illustrative examples because there are many of them. Challenge number 2 is about, and it's very related to that, is about operationalization of prophecies. And I think this is very destructive to any interface in the intercultural dialogue, because when you are talking about operationalization of religious prophecies, it meant that the Arab-Islamic world is supposed to be addressed, attacked, land could be expanded on the account of the native people in the Arab-Islamic world. And I think there is staggering literature now on this operationalization of prophecies, and unfortunately, it came to some official levels to justify aggression and attack and occupying the lands of others. There is a lot of details in that too. I will not go into that details now, but Peter Grant also addressed this problem, and he mentioned something in detail about it in the literature that I have earlier mentioned. Italian scholar also Martin Dies made a very important contribution in that direction. Challenge number 3, the intelligent era and the spread of language crimes. The term language crimes, by the way, was introduced by my professor, a very dear professor of mine, who wrote the book Language Crimes. You are talking about insinuation, sedition, phishing, all these kind of slander, libel, character assassination, character theft, etc. But again, he wrote that very classical and very important and very seminal work in the 90s. Now, with the intelligent era, yes, we have a lot to be added to that under the title of cyber crimes. And you have a great deal of influx of terminology when it comes to this level, and many questions to be raised regarding it. It is very of a high pace happening, and when we teach in the courses here, international organization, I ask my students to go for the attempt by the United Nations to issue or to come up with a treaty dealing with cyber crimes. The results is this. Several years ago, they started this effort. About 192 countries started that effort, but they came to no conclusion. Why? Because the task is so enormous. There are individual cyber crimes and a lot of classification under it. There is organizational cyber crimes with a lot of other classification, property, other crimes, society, cyber crimes. Giorgia Meloni, the Italian leader, also mentions something along these lines, where she was attacked recently by that. Of course, the very important question here, why the United Nations Cyber Crimes Treaty is difficult to conclude. And here we can summarize a point by saying a UN cyber crimes is difficult to conclude because Cybercrime itself is a highly complex, rapidly changing, and politically sensitive issue. States diagnose and disagree not only on technical matters, but also on questions of sovereignty, human rights, security, and the freedom of expression. Very complicated issues. So no country, there is no consensus by all countries on this. Challenge number 4, it's about interface and intercultural encounters and the issue of meaning loss. Yeah, we have a lot of things to say regarding this. When we are talking about linguistics, we are talking about 3 levels of language that you have to deal with, which is the literal meaning, the contextual meaning, and the pragmatic meaning. And when you are talking about the technology and the engineers and the IT who put their hands on all specialization, and I have already listened to one of the officials saying that he is capable of translating for the Ministry of Culture 4,000 books by AI. And I responded to that because when it comes to the pragmatic level, it is very far beyond the capability of AI to handle all of that. But again, there are some people who see AI is the panacea for everything. AI could replace everything, which is something that has to be resisted on a scientific basis, because we like to use AI, but there is a great deal of skepticism regarding the use of such a tool, despite the revolutions that's taking place. Also, we are talking about the debate that were conducted by another professor of mine, Noam Chomsky, who really came up with a roundtable discussion in New York Times, and he wrote an article about the false promise of ChatGPT. And his main point is the same point that I have already mentioned regarding that IT technologists and people who really try to put their hand on all the specialization, they are jeopardizing everything in the world, because they have already attacked him for the iceberg of language acquisition he and generations of researchers have produced. So Chomsky was very anxious about that, and he made a very nice debate on the round table in New York Times. And I think that if you'd like readers or interested audience who are interested in that, must go to his article, The False Promise of ChatGPT and the Like of It. Also challenge number 5, which is how to get your message. There is a dilemma of getting your message across. When I was in 1999 with the Millennium Project of the United Nations and the World Future Society, we met with a very informed futurist. His name is Michael Marine. Michael Marine introduced at that time a futuristic paper, which is very telling. Its title was Non-Communication and the Future. And of course, he said that he was talking about the American society, and he said that there is something called infoglut. Infoglut, we are being bombarded by many literature and many papers and millions actually being produced. But he said this is very problematic, because we are not able to debate, and he made a very good illustrative and detailed example about militarism versus positive diplomacy as a debate that should be listened to, and the people should exert more effort in getting their message across. But he said our message is not getting across because of that infoglut and because of the upper hand of militarism. But again, he made very important 4 distinctions when he said non-communication could happen because of failed communication. This means a message of importance not sent. He made also the term flawed communication, which is wrong message sent as a result of unintentional error or even lying. And number 3, miscommunication, where he said you receive a message but you are unable to understand it fully. And he made the fourth category, junk communication, the message received, understood, but considered not important. And when I gave this four classification to my students in crisis management class, they added other things to what Professor Futurist Marine said, and they considered. I asked them, what do you suffer when it comes to non-communication? You say, many of them said, in group dynamics, the result was this. There is a culture of quick block, delete, and this culture of block, delete, as we have seen in the interaction, creates a lot of psychological negative impact and the erosion of social cohesion and intolerance. Also, they specified what they came up with as web latency, and the people here raise the slogan, too much too soon, and network here, nobody can see that network could suffer from congestion sometimes, from physical distance, but people are very quick to behave. This is make a lot of intolerance in the digital era. Key problems also regarding emojis in the internet communication, because there is no one dictionary to specify what every symbol means. Of course, cross-cultural communication examples were raised when using this. People differ regarding use of this, but it's being used and it's making much more loss in communication. The challenge number 6 is what I call it the Islamophobic economics and the related question, and I wrote an article regarding that, the questions regarding Islamophobic economics. What is this? Yes, Islamophobic or Islamophobia is being now an industry that would make generate hatred, generate divisions, generate sedition, generate all these kinds of terminologies. But for what? For opening markets. Markets of what? Markets of weapons. People would like to sell with billions of dollars weapons. So the market is being opened by several devices. One of them is happening in the heart of the Arabic Islamic world, which became an open ground for testing and for marketing for billions of dollars in return for weapons. And when I see the situation like that, I remember a soundtrack called The Scrooge, when one of the big stars saying, "I hate people." I think the owner of the idea of opening markets for weapons sings this song frequently. The last point in my presentation is about how to do conflict transformation. I think that I have met with Dr. Sigmar Gabriel, the previous former Secretary of State in Germany, and he was calling with his foreign ministry large conference, getting about 100 representatives from all over the world to do something about interface diplomacy. That is very good step. When we are talking about, we met also with Lord Carey of Canterbury when he came to Al-Azhar. He made very good contributions and made a very informative talk, and he specified 4 maxims that I'd like to use as a needed maxims for this conflict transformation. He mentioned 4 ones also. Friendship, not hostility, this is number 1. Number 2, understanding, not ignorance, number 2. Number 3, reciprocity, not exclusionism. Number 4, cooperation, not confrontation. Also, when it comes to a dialogue with pastor Jim Adolf. He mentioned something very important about the kingdom of Jesus is in the heart, not on the account of others, not on the land to be occupied. And I'd like very much to sum it up with King Charles. King Charles visited Egypt 3 times, and we welcomed him very much, and we liked his discourse. And I'd like to conclude with his statement about strategic listening. We have to have objective of our listening so as we can solve the problems. He mentioned something like this: I am delighted that the dialogue has begun, both in Britain and elsewhere, but we shall need to work harder to understand each other, to drain out any poison between us, and to lay the ghost of suspicion and the fear to rest. I conclude by another lyric. I'm a fan of some good lyrics with good words. The long and widening road. I hope that we are taking serious and positive steps. Thank you very much all for good listening.
Hello everyone. My name is Lamis Alsam, an assistant lecturer at FUE. It's such a great honor and I'm filled with profound gratitude for having this incredible opportunity to present my research paper titled Gamification in Human Resources Management and its impact on boosting employees' performance in Egypt's education sector. And since it examines how gamification in HRM gonna be applied in Egypt's education sector, so the employees here are the educators. I will share with you the PowerPoint. Well, actually, there is a problem with the presentation mode, so I went for the PDF. Okay. Imagine a world where rapid technological advancement doesn't just promise change, but also delivers it right to our workplaces. In this era, gamification has emerged in human resources management, particularly within Egypt education sector. In Egypt education sector, where over 1.5 million educators battle burnout amid rapid digital shifts. So could gamification be the real game changer HR needs? We will find out. Let's start off with the introduction. As we know, the workforce is a crucial asset for any organization, necessitating effective human resources management to optimize employees' performance and align skills with job demands. Key HR practices such as recruitment and selection, performance appraisal are vital for achieving organizational goals and ensuring competitiveness. HRM also prioritizes enhancing employees' motivation and loyalty through positive work environment. As we can see, there is a progressive increase in using gamification in HRM for enhancing employees' efficiency. But it's very important for HR professionals to understand gamification capabilities and how they can reshape the work environment, especially when it's being adopted in Egypt's education sector. In Egypt's education sector, gamification has been gaining traction, and this sector attracting and retaining qualified educators are very important with the aim of improving educational quality. When it comes to the statement problem, challenges of boosting and maintaining employees' performance arise, which has led HR professionals to explore innovative approaches beyond traditional HR practices. And gamification is considered to be a promising strategy and has seen increasing adoptions in sectors like the education sector in Egypt. When it comes to the significance, by applying gamification techniques, educational institutions can enhance employees' engagement and transform routine tasks into enjoyable experience, which ultimately result in achieving institutional goals. And this leads us to the research aim. And the research aim here is to investigate the adoption of gamification techniques and their integration into core HR functions. Moreover, it explores effective methods for utilizing gamification strategies to enhance employees' performance, improve their knowledge retention, and cultivate a culture of continuous growth and development within Egypt's education sector. Now we're going to move on to the research questions and objectives. So firstly, how will gamification potentially reshape the work environment and improve employees' performance and their experience? So the objective here is to investigate how gamification could help in reshaping the business environment within education institutions. Secondly, what is gamification role in different HRM functions and its impact on employees and institutional performance in Egypt's education sector? And accordingly, we will discover the way gamification techniques are integrated with various HRM roles to enhance employees' performance and attain institutional goals. Then how can gamification tackle the main challenges faced in the education sector in Egypt? That's why it's essential to determine the main challenges faced by Egypt's education sector and gamification role to tackle these challenges. And finally, what are the best gamification techniques that aid in improving employees' performance, measuring the success level, and employees' effectiveness in Egypt's education sector? And therefore, it's one of the major objectives to identify and evaluate the most effective gamification technique for boosting employees' performance, measure the program's success, and further develop programs that are based on feedback within education institutions in Egypt. When it comes to the research hypothesis, the first hypothesis we have, gamification positively impact the work environment and improve employees' experience in Egypt's education sector. The second one we have, there is a positive relationship between integrating gamification in HRM and employees' performance. The third hypothesis, the challenges in Egypt's education sector strongly affect employees' performance. And the final hypothesis, a positive relationship is shown between integrating gamification elements and HR functions. Now we're gonna move on to the literature review. So basically here we have three main variables. Gamification is the independent variable, while integrating it into HR functions and its impact on employees' performance are two dependent ones. I'll talk about each of these variables' relationship in the form of themes, and then illustrate the relationship between all themes together along with the education sector. So the first theme we have, gamification and its impact on employees' performance. Gamification is a growing trend in the business world that uses game-designed elements to enhance social interaction, self-expressions, and learning. Unlike traditional games, which have set of rules and outcomes, gamification integrates gaming techniques into workplace routine to improve employees' performance and their knowledge and their personal development. However, its implementation may not always succeed due to insufficient understanding of effective design practices. Moreover, potential risks might be associated, such as increased stress and decreased well-being, which highlight the importance of prioritizing employees' well-being when integrating gamification into HRM. The second theme we have is gamification in HRM. The evolution of technology requires employees to enhance their digital skills and has raised core HR functions to a strategic level. And gamification emerges as a key trend in HRM, addressing employees' dissatisfaction, fostering engagement through rewarding activities. So by incorporating game-like elements such as points, virtual scenarios, leaderboards, and levels into recruitment, onboarding, and training, institutions can improve candidate attraction and enhance employees' integration as well as boost knowledge retention. So why are we applying gamification in HRM specifically in Egypt's education sector? Because this sector is essential for individual and societal development that influence social and economic progress. In Egypt, challenges include shortage of qualified educators, stressful work environment, and low salary leads to job dissatisfaction and decreased motivation. Furthermore, ineffective inclusive education practices limit professional development for educators. So by highlighting all these themes together, high turnover rate and shortage of qualified employees highlight the need for HR professionals to adopt modern HR practices that enhance employees' performance and ensure that the work environment is engaging. And the integration of technology in the education sector has facilitated learning and knowledge transfer, with gamification emerging as a key strategy to boost employees' engagement as well as their overall performance. Here we have models and theories that support gamification. So first of all, the self-determination theory, which serves as a foundational framework for gamification, distinguishing between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, shaped by various incentives. And gamification also leverages flow theory to increase engagement by aligning task challenges with individuals' abilities. Additionally, the technology acceptance models examine the influence of gamification on adopting new technologies, and studies show that gamification enhances acceptance level of these technologies among employees. Through the lens of this study, it's underpinned that there are significant gaps regarding the long-term and ethical implication of gamification strategies in HRM, which requires further exploration. Furthermore, existing literature on the implementation of gamification in Egypt's education sector is scarce. So addressing these gaps is essential for understanding the impact of gamification not only on employees' performance, but also on their well-being. Now we're going to move on to the research methodology. And this research attempts to systematically fulfill its paramount objectives and questions, powered by primary research through a streamlined mono-quantitative strategy via online questionnaire, thereby ensuring robust credibility and enhanced accessibility in obtaining relevant data, as well as aiming to investigate the relationship between variables and validate findings. Moving on to one of the most important parts, which is the analysis. So data from 151 HR professionals was gathered through online questionnaires and analyzed using descriptive and regression regression techniques supported by charts and SPSS. When it comes to the sampling technique, probability sampling technique, specifically sample random, was adopted due to its accuracy and easily accessible sampling frame that lists the targeted population. And this approach assesses participants' level of agreement and explore relationship between variables to fulfill the study's primary objectives. According to the results of this study, it's proved that 51% of respondents believe that gamification positively impacts the work environment, foster motivated and engaged employees. As gamification in Egypt education institutions hold promise with 57.6%, agreeing on its alignment with institutional objectives, as well as it promotes a dynamic work culture. However, 57% of participants express concern about the negative consequences like peer pressure and perceived favoritism, which can lead to feeling of unfairness. Although 64% of HR professionals report initial challenges while implementing gamification, strategic steps are necessary for success. And this includes setting clear objectives, selecting suitable gamification techniques, aligning with institutional culture, and also employing analytics for performance tracking. And finally, there is a positive relationship with high agreement level, ranges between 55 to 70%, shown between integrating gamification elements into core HR functions. So by integrating these elements in more education institutions in Egypt, this can build a dynamic and motivating learning environment which can lead to boosting employees' performance and development. This presentation came to an end, and as we can see, it's notable how gamification plays a crucial role for talent identification and development. As for the recommendations, improving Egypt's education sector requires multi-faceted strategy that includes effective human resources management, professional development, and collaboration with private sectors. Moreover, it's important to integrate inclusive education principles into curricula and empower Ministry of Education for effective policy implementation. Also, applying a robust performance evaluation system encourages professional growth, and in gamified environment, fairness and competition can be promoted by establishing clear rules and equitable rewards. And finally, regular evaluation of gamification impact on educators and educational outcomes are essential for scaling initiatives across Egypt's education sector. Of course, we have some limitations here, including methodological concerns and sample size issues. Furthermore, risks associated with design and execution persist, as poorly designed system can lead to confusion, hinder creativity, and diminish the engagement, especially if there is a focus on only extrinsic rewards. Additionally, risk of stress and decreased self-esteem underscores the need for careful implementation, and the study reliance on cross-sectional data limits the conclusion about the long-term effects of gamification. And finally, potential risks, potential biases in quantitative method may affect data validity. All these limitations and challenges also open avenues for future work, as it's recommended to conduct more comparative studies pre and post gamification, applying gamification in HRM, specifically examining Egypt's education sector in a broader context. Furthermore, more empirical research is necessary to assess academic staff performance and engagement with gamification in Egypt's institutions, including potential negative consequences and long-term effects on employees. And that's all. Thank you so much.
So this presentation talks about, first of all, very good evening. Since I'm in India, so it's good evening. Good evening, all of you here. The future work of HRM strategies for managing gig platform workers in AI-driven digital economies. This is the topic. And what exactly does this mean? Let me just brief you. So today, I'm absolutely happy to present this research titled The Future of Work HRM management strategies for managing gig economies. As we stand at the intersection of technological innovation and a shifting labor landscape, this study explores how can we manage a workforce that is increasingly mediated by algorithms rather than humans. I'm Dr. Gaur, and I look forward to walking you through how we can reshape sustainable futures in this intelligent eras. The next slide. So the next slide, that is the paradigm shift in HRM. To understand this study, we must first look at the massive paradigm shift occurring in HRM, human resource management. We are moving away from the hierarchical model of permanent contracts to direct human supervision towards an algorithmic model. In this new reality, tasks are allocated by digital systems and workers often face a black box experience characterized by hidden AI mechanics and opaque rating systems that lead to stress and uncertainty. The goal is to find the pathway to a glass box experience where ethical design leads to trust and engagement. The next slide talks about pinpointing the research gap, literature review, and the research void. While the gig economy offers freedom and flexibility, it often lacks the traditional HR support systems that regular employees enjoy. Current literature frequently isolates algorithmic management from human outcomes, leaving a significant research void. It was noticed that most HRM research still focuses on traditional employment, leaving with a critical question: how do engagement and well-being mediate the relationship between AI-enabled HRM and performance in a platform ecosystem? Slide 4. So slide 4 talks about research blueprint and objectives. Research objectives and theory. The research blueprint was built on 3 pillars. Number 1, connect, analyze, and solve. So connect, number 1. Number 2, analyze. Number 3, solve. The aim was to link AI-enabled HRM practices, perceived organizational support, that is POS, and algorithmic transparency into single quantitative framework, grounding this work in social exchange theory and job demands resources JDR paradigm. I set out to investigate the mediating mechanisms of employee engagement and worker well-being. I believe that while AI manages the task and human-centric support, so human-centric support must manage the performance. While AI manages the task, human-centric support must manage performance. The next slide. Precursor. So in this precursor network hypothesis development, this led to develop a network of 8 primary hypotheses. It is proposed that AI-enabled HRM, POS, and algorithmic transparency each have a significant positive effect on both employee engagement and worker well-being. That is hypothesis 1 to hypothesis 6. Furthermore, it was hypothesized that these 2 mediators, engagement and well-being, are the direct drivers of gig worker performance. In essence, the model suggests that direct AI HRM alone is insufficient for peak performance without these mediating human responses. The next slide, the research methodology. So the data pipeline. To test these ideas, a robust data pipeline was deployed. Using a quantitative cross-sectional design, the data was gathered from a sample of 400 gig workers across various sectors, including delivery, 30%, freelancing 26%, and ride sharing 22%. Most of the respondents had 1 to 3 years of experience on these platforms. This data was analyzed using SEM, structural equation modeling, with smart PLS4 and MOS to examine the complex interconnections in the model. The next slide talks about conceptual research model, which says before looking at the results, the integrity of the measurement model was verified. So pleased to report that the data showed strong reliability and validity. So let me show this, what kind of validity I'm talking about. So this is measurement and model integrity. So it shows that the Cronbach alpha averaged above 0.85 and the composite reliability exceeded 0.90, well above the standard thresholds. Additionally, the average variance extracted, AVE, was above 0.70 for all constructs, and Fornell-Lanker's criterion confirmed that variables were distinct and valid for future analysis. MOS path analysis, what exactly was done? Let us look at the heart of the findings. The path analysis, the model explains a massive 69% of variance in gig worker performance. It was found that employee engagement is a moderate to strong predictor with R-square value of 0.61, while well-being stands at 0.58. The path coefficients show strong direct links, particularly from engagement to performance, 0.42, and from AI HRM to engagement, 0.31. Let us go to the summary part. The mediation bridge has already been explained. AI-enabled technology, work performance, algorithmic transparency, and perceived organizational support. So let me just brief the summary of results. The statistical proof is clear. All 8 hypotheses were strongly supported. Every relationship tested, from positive impact to transparency on well-being to the critical role of organizational support in driving engagement, yielded p-values of 0.00, indicating high statistical significance. These results confirm that technology-driven HR methods do improve engagement, but they are significantly more effective when paired with organizational support system. Mediation bridge. So the mediation bridge is this part. It talks about perhaps the most compelling part of the story is the mediation bridge. The bootstrapping analysis confirmed that AI HRM is essentially a broken bridge to productivity if it lacks the mediating pillars of engagement and well-being. Specifically, the indirect effect of AI HRM on performance through engagement was 0.131 and through well-being it was 0.081. This proves that HRM strategies indirectly improve performance by first boosting how workers feel and how involved they are in their tasks. The stakeholder mix strategy. So what exactly? So discussion and practical implications. What does this mean for the real world? We developed a stakeholder strategy matrix for platform organization. The mandate is to deploy glass box algorithms and build intuitive digital help centers. HR managers should focus on real-time, explainable feedback and targeted recognition programs. Finally, policymakers must mandate algorithmic explainability and develop protections for transient labor to ensure the gig economy grows sustainably. Charting the next horizon, conclusion and limitations and future research. In conclusion, sustainable performance in gig economy requires harmonizing algorithmic efficiency with human vitality. While the study provides a strong foundation, it is not without limitations. The cross-sectional design means one cannot definitely prove causality, and the data was self-reported. Moving forward, I believe longitudinal tracking and exploring the uncharted territory of blockchain HRM and the evolution of AI explainability will be the next horizon for research. So that will be all from my side. Thank you so much.
To present my research paper, which is on whether AI can foster groupthink. And we have known that group decision-making is favored over individual decision-making for better information analysis, processing, as well as the ability to take risks and so on, because it would be considered in a much better way. However, group decision-making is not always without possible disadvantages, and one of these disadvantages can be groupthink, which would emphasize consent over the content of the decision taken by the group itself. On the other hand, AI, which is now widely used in various organizations, promises better information processing and analysis through the deployment of technological components and techniques such as learning, planning, prediction, and control that enable the individuals to perform tasks technologically or digitally that used to require human intelligence. So now my question, or my basic research question, comes to simply explore whether when groups use AI, can it foster groupthink, meaning that it would control the decision-making process inside the group and make them focus more on conformity or uniformity of decisions rather than the content of the decision taken itself. Groupthink is basically composed of three main components. Number one, having a sense of morality and capability. When we suffer from groupthink, the group members tend to believe that they are capable of making sound decisions and moral decisions. So my minor question would be, to which extent would AI influence this sense of moral judgment and capability among the group members? Number two, or the second component of groupthink, is closed-mindedness. When we have groupthink, usually the group members refuse to listen to alternative decisions coming from outsiders. So the second question would be, to which extent would AI usage make the group members refuse to resort to other sources? We can call them traditional sources for information analysis, for decision generation, and so on, rather than resorting only to AI results. And the third component of groupthink would be the pressure for uniformity, meaning that when we have groupthink, usually we seek to emphasize conformity, that we have to agree on the decision that is taken by the group. So my third question would be, to which extent would AI foster this idea that we should agree on whatever decision we are going to make, and we would not consider alternative points of view or different points of view that might be different from ours. While doing so, the research would have two possible importances. Number one, it would explore the extent to which groups tend to trust AI results in making group decisions. And number two, it would also offer insights on whether AI can direct group decision-making towards conformity and reduced critical thinking. To do so, a questionnaire was disseminated to 171 undergraduate students at one of the public Egyptian public universities, and these are well acquainted by the concept of groupthink, since they have studied organizational behavior, and they were considered to be suitable for the study since they operate in a high-stake environment marked by strict deadlines and the search for getting high grades. So it was believed that these are suitable factors that would make the students resort to AI in order to, save time and get better grades. The results were as follows. Number one, there was an insignificant correlation between AI and groupthink in general, which indicates that those students, even though they were seeking to achieve the greatest or the highest grades and were working actually under time pressure and so on, they were not trusting AI results very much. And this may go along with previous research that highlights that maybe ordinary users of AI still have their doubts about possible challenges of AI and especially in decision making regarding biases, transparency, and control over decision making. So I think this can be resorted to that fact. When it comes to exploring more in depth how AI is not correlated to groupthink, well, the correlation between AI and overestimation of group morality and capability was also insignificant, which means that the AI users or the students were not very much trusting the moral judgment and capability of AI to make sound and moral decisions. So they still had their doubts, and this very much agrees with previous research that indicates that AI results may be flawed and discriminatory. Another conclusion was that there was a weak but significant correlation between AI effect on group close-mindedness. And this means that when using AI, the students did not consider traditional or alternative sources for information processing. However, this can be resorted to the time pressure that they were facing. So because of the time pressure, they didn't have time to investigate whether the AI results were true or not. So they relied on it even though they had their doubts about the moral judgment and the capability of AI to make sound decisions. So, but due to pressure of time, they had to rely on whatever they could get from AI. But still, it is a weak, significant correlation. The final conclusion was that there was an insignificant correlation between AI and group pressure for uniformity, meaning that despite using AI under time pressure, still the students were aware that there might be possible other points of view that should be considered, and they were open to know these other points of view and so on. So this actually was contrary to previous research that suggests that AI undermines critical thinking. Yes, they relied on AI to get the results, but they doubted the results and they were open for alternative opinions and points of view. So as a conclusion, this research paper had some of the theoretical implications and practical implications. With regards to the theoretical implications, the paper reveals that ordinary AI users do not fully trust AI results and are only inclined to accept them when they are under time pressure. Therefore, for future research, it is recommended to compare between AI specialists and ordinary AI users in order to verify the results. Furthermore, the factor of time pressure should be highly considered in order to know whether we would really not just trust, but I mean, we would rely on AI results when we are facing time pressure only, or we would rely on it when we have ample time. And this should be considered. Finally, more heterogeneous groups of participants should be considered when making future results in order to verify the results. As for the practical implications, well, the research has proven that, sorry, I think, can you hear me? Because it tells me that the session is somehow, okay. Finally, I'm going to wrap up as practical implications. Simply, managers should give their employees ample time to be able to analyze data and to make sure that they would not just rely on the AI results, but they would have the opportunity to investigate alternative sources. Okay.
So thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. I thought it was okay, out of reach. So to sum up, just this research maintains that so far groupthink is not an expected outcome of AI. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. The forum is open for questions. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question. At the point of departure, we enjoyed very much the very well informed presentation by Dr. Iman. And my question is about crisis management. If we are doing a rehearsal of decision-making process, have you ever tried what are the scenarios created by AI versus the scenarios created by human intelligence? And in what way you can provide an input regarding this question? I appreciate it.
Well, I never tried it actually when it comes to crisis management, but I've tried it when generating possible alternatives and so on. And I found out that AI was somehow trying to be gentle with me, trying to analyze what my preferences and give me the possible alternatives that would suit my preferences, not what I would really need. Whereas the alternative sources of information and so on, no, they would give me the possible alternatives as they are, without analyzing what I would prefer. And if I would simply say, no, please give me more detailed answers and so on, AI would simply respond, oh, sorry, I will be more profound or something like this, and would give me another opinion, which actually makes me more distrusted than trusted, because it's like, I will give you what would satisfy you, not what is really correct. So this might be a challenge for crisis management.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning and good afternoon. Hope my broadcast is reaching out to everyone. Thank you, David, for introducing me. And you're looking great, smiling and like a sunshine. It's good to have all of you. And I'm sure that as it progresses, that more and more will join. Now, let me take this opportunity to extend my thanks to our Dr. Datta for inviting me to chair the sessions. But I do have a co-chair also with me, Mr. Navin Mansvi. Navin is there. He's physically sitting about in a proximity about 3 meters from me. So we are traveling together. So lucky that we both are together in the same space. And I see Professor Dr. Rajat Paisha has joined, and Dr. Bunya Chakrabarti. I see Suchitra there, and I see others. I see Mr. Martin. There's a lot of them have joined now. So allowing it's a little more time, then you'll have more and more people who join. Karim, you are there. I can see you. Thomas Werner from Germany, Karim Lapti from Germany. There's quite a few really. So I'm sure that all would join, and we would make it as participatory as we can. Now, the the focus, as you say, that we try to assess the cross impact of the artificial intelligence, as that and we have created two segments. One is the physical automation part that would touch diverse disciplines, anything from logistics and transport to other areas. And then there is cognitive automations, where we'll touch upon the education, which would be pedagogy, learning, etc., etc. And what we try to, and I invite all of you to really be a part of it, rather than me putting everyone under a straitjacket, that how we can not only see that what is the best way we really can engage with the artificial intelligence. We all now live in the era of the artificial intelligence. What is accountability? What is this need for ethical and inclusive adoption of this artificial intelligence? While we are progressing on the journey of this technological advancement, benefit all the diverse range of communities, and then finally we try to see that how it support a multidisciplinary engagement by creating a very meaningful dialogue between all the stakeholders. Many of us are educators, policymakers, industry leaders. So this is where we try to see that how it really goes. Now, the first thing, obviously, I would like to see that how others can come into these conversations is that the assessment, the financial impact of these artificial impact that I am reading a PwC and Goldman Sachs report that the AI could add anything between 7 to 16 trillion to the global economy by 2030. It's great. That's quite heartening. But, at what cost is this coming? When you say that, okay, the labor cost to be more efficient, we would have a lot of savings in terms of productivity. The energy would be able to, the smart grids and the AI optimized buildings even can reduce the energy consumptions up to about 20%. There are also savings on the raw materials, up to 50% less material while maintaining the same structural integrity. And also there is massive savings on the food, water, and also about 40% of the work tasks. If automated, the world saves billions of the human hours. If these are quite a bit of significant savings. But the downside is that it's really coming at a great cost. In that we know that close to about 100 million jobs will be displaced. To be precise, 92 million. Globally, about 8% of the current workforce in next few years, 3 years to be precise, will lose. Many would now be shifted to other categories because their occupation would cease to exist. So, and then of course, the Goldman Sachs also has identified that equivalent to some 300 million full-time jobs globally are highly exposed to this generative AI, meaning that at least half of their daily tasks can be automated. Now, looking at these, the high risk versus these low risk sectors, I would like you to, now Dr. Rajat Baisya is there. Yes, prior to inviting Dr. Rajat Baisya, I would like to invite Manasbi, who is now the Vice Chairman of the Metaverse Committee, founded by the DOT, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. He is globally known as the AI face of India, to come in and some of his own colleagues who are part of this forum, to introduce them to us and also try to reflect on that the areas that he is working, particularly the automations of the automobile industry and the education industry. To touch upon that, Navin Mansby, if you really can come into this conversation and introduce your guest to the roundtable.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Asaradas. Thank you so much for the great introduction of this webinar topic, this conference topic. And I welcome all of you to join this conference. And this is all about the new kind of trend of AI automations. It process everything, education to automobile to robotics to the hardware, and all the applications nowadays are using agentic AI and large language models. So we are totally influenced by all those factors. So how this LLM costs, influence costs, robotic system, even the new kind of manufacturing, how this really impacts. Okay. I'll go back audible to the understand.
No, Navin, you have to come in. A little louder, please.
No. Okay, now audible now?
Yes.
Yeah, so I welcome all of you to join this conference, and I really appreciate your joining this call. This is all about agentic AI applications, the cost of all the LLM models and all. So all the applications, whatever we do in the typical educations to the automobile to other sector, robotics, manufacturing and all, everything is somehow is influenced by this LLM market. And LLM is influenced by the cloud cost and all. So grid cost and all. So everything somehow linked with the AI in AI automation, and the cost structures keeps changing a lot, regularly, as well as the carbon credit points also like is being noticed right now. So talk about all these carbon credit points as well as the LLM inference cost, as well as the how the agentic AI system will evolve. So the whole conference will cover this large spectrum, and I would like to welcome all these distinguished panelists. So we have Umakant Soni, Mr. Umakant Soni, having a great background of AI. He's started the AI city in India, the first AI city in the India and Asia as well. And globally, he's leading a lot of robotics, AI, and all those ventures. We have Mr. Brajesh Sinha. He is a pioneer in this all this 5G telecom and all. He is building a lot of 5G private networks across industry, across port, airports, and all. And he has been leading this area for a long time. We have Mr. Alok. Mr. Alok is heading country head of the company of DMV. He's heading the energy sector for almost 20 years. And we have Mr. Muru Patel. I mean, he has a great background. I mean, he from Silicon Valley 1980s to this era, he has a very long span from the telecom, from the typical, from the starting era of the Silicon Valley to a long journey of the VC investment. So he has seen the large spectrum. When I can't imagine, when I think about his background, I feel that we need to have a 3-4 incarnations to cover those large spectrum. And then we have Mr. Amit Upadhyay, and he is running the investment firm in Dubai for a long time. He has been the trading investment master. I mean, he has been using AI also a lot in trading world, hedge fund and all. With a large background of this investment and the hedge funding. And we have Mr. Atul from DOT, and he has been director there, trying to democratize the telecom and 5G and all those technologies which are required for AI to prosper. I think I missed someone, so please we can. So thanks for joining all this meeting, and we can just start with a very nice topic. So all about LLM cost and all.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Navin, this is the first question. Then I take this discussion to others. Let's be very precise, keeping that we have a clock ticking. if a lot of us do not have a background to understand AI as you do, how does an autonomous AI agent differ from a very standard co-pilot that we know, or kind of a very LLM-based assistant in terms of the task executions and the decision-making autonomy? So can you please explain that from a common man's point of view? How AI agent is different from a standard co-pilot?
I think this is topic. AI agent all about doing some task. It's all about intelligent way of task in a very planned manner. They decompose the task in planned manner, and then they execute it. Example, sending the calendar invite, writing on the CRM, mailing someone directly, or having some database access and plotting somewhere, giving dashboard to someone else. They perform the task which makes sense. With help of LLM. So LLM gives the brain. Brain gives the idea how to decompose tasks, plan tasks, prioritize tasks, and then perform tasks. So it's all about doing the task. So let me start the topic. Let me start with topic because topic is quite large now. So we can start with one topic right
just try to
now.
understand, because many of us do not have a background. So some of these would be still dealing with some of these basic questions. And we always dread to be replaced. We human beings think that we are all being replaced by the AI. So from that point of view, we would have some questions. One of this question is that how do you still keep the human in the loop? Which is at what point in an automated workflow should an AI agent be required to pause for an human interventions? In a way that I would say, I would like to know that how do we define these high stakes variables in that trigger this risk? How do we still keep that human in the loop? So those are some of these questions to come up. So if you really can go on answering this, or anyone would like to come in
it's a
to answer
very
this, please.
Happy to
yeah,
give a quick perspective. I
please.
think I think it's premature to see LLMs are still hallucinating a lot, and if you really see practical
If you
application,
really can introduce yourself, please. If you can introduce yourself,
hi,
please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did
hi, this is
already.
Umakant here, and I think Naveen just introduced me. So I have last 16 years I've spent in AI space. First as a entrepreneur, we were building chatbots in 2009-10, and then set up India's first AI-focused VC fund called Pi Ventures, and then also founded Art Park, AI and Robotics Technology Park, incubated in Institute of Science, and also was founding CEO of the same. And right now we're building an AI city. So just to give you a perspective, the LLMs, they have exhibit what is called as jagged intelligence. That means they are really intelligent in some areas, but that intelligence is not really generalized as humans have. So humans are able to cook, they are able to, wash the streets, they are able to cycle, paddle their work to, or they are able to take out the car, they're able to drive that car, they're able to go into the space. So that plasticity or neuroplasticity that we have, we've not been able to achieve the same with LLMs still. So I think it's premature to talk about, us being replaced by LLMs. I think what is interesting is that LLMs are doing some part of the, workflow quite well, especially in language, creative reasoning, they're working quite well. I think the part where they're kind of like falling apart is where AI starts to ground itself in the real world. That's why you probably see Jan LeCun and others trying to start world models and things like that. So I think there, I still feel that there is some time to go. Forget about the marketing hype. So for a large part of these workflows, you still have to have human in the loop to watch out for the inconsistencies that LLMs produce. So maybe your job may not be to code today, but your job is actually to become an expert reviewer of the code that may be getting written about by AI. Just to give you a brief perspective on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sir, hello.
Perfectly explained.
Could I,
Thank you so much.
could I
Yeah.
could I add to it from, as Navin
Yeah,
said,
please, please.
from a veteran's point, and I don't think we've answered Sarad's question in basic uh, knowledge or information, which is the biggest problem we have in the tech world. So let me take you back 40 years. I was programming Yak and Lisp and all these programs in AI. So AI is not new for a start, okay? The other thing is people talk LLMs, people talk agents, co-pilots. I'll break it down in simpler English because this is the biggest problem in the tech world. We talk tech language, and that's why we don't accelerate fast enough. And I can give you histories of when the .com and Java and open source started because I was part of that, right? Voice over data and all that. And I never talked tech. I was doing AI, doing criminal intelligence, how to catch the crooks in UK. So I was on the board of the police. So imagine talking to the police chief constables and all these people to say we're going to catch him, view him, bang him up, try him, and all that in his language. LLMs, let me tell you what LLMs are because I think we are confusing who does what work. Okay? Think of LLMs are the rules and things that data, just now, most of the data, and I have a saying, data is sovereignty, and verified data is even bigger sovereignty, okay? What LLMs do, so to Sarat's question, imagine all this data where Google and all these people collect most of it, right? I was part of Sun Microsystems that funded the start of Google. So I know how all that started with Eric Schmidt as well, Exxon. All this data goes in. What LLMs do is it takes various ways of large language models to drill that data and present it and do things with it. The things with it is what the agents do and the co-pilots and the co-workers do. So LLM organizes those language models to drill that same data. I have a saying, shit in, shit out. Sorry to say that in that language, because what happens is, if you don't know what to prompt, if your co-pilots, your co-workers and all these are not programmed properly, it will take the LLMs but not give you the job. So will humans be replaced? Yes, let's be brutally honest, because you just got to look at some of my ex-colleagues in the Silicon Valley, from Amazons to the Oracles, the Suns, all these people are already reducing by the tens of thousands. So what happens is they look at people and say, what is the job this person is doing? And that is what the workflow, the processes, and what the agents, the co-workers do. It's like having a PA and an assistant and a coder and someone who will go out and do the process of time management, calendars, emails, and various processes. I've got 70 in a couple of my systems, all right? I've got 20 agents go out doing it. So the agents are like your board, and the co-workers are the people doing the grunt work. And the LLMs are the rules of what happens. You organize that data to do work and assign the task. So if you're a CEO, all you got to say is, tell me my daily schedule, make sure Joe Smith goes away and gives me the monthly reports, go and make sure that the production team of X, Y, and Z platform that I'm building does that and gives me a report on the statistics, be it revenue statistics or whatever the thing is doing. So the agents take that job and the co-workers do that job. So just now, if you're an investment fund, for example, just now an investment fund, if you're doing due diligence of various founders' projects, it is a nightmare to do a full DD because you won't know where to start. It takes so many analysts, and I have got like a 200-page DD list. It is difficult to do a DD very easily. So now I have agents and I have co-pilots and co-workers developed for this. So it takes all that weeks and days worth of work down to hours. Within hours, I'd have credit scoring, I would have checked their criminal records, I would have checked all sorts of things of what their social stance is, whether it's traction, whether it's BS, and things like that. Does this answer
Oh,
your
yeah,
query, Sarath, in simpler language?
yeah,
If I may,
yes.
I'd like just to
Thank you
say
so much.
something very quickly. If I may, very quickly.
Please.
I just guess the question isn't when AI replaces humans, it's how quickly leaders can redesign work so humans and AI do what each is actually good at. So in every deployment I have run, the value didn't come from removing people, it came from removing the parts of their work that were repetitive or low judgment or frankly demoralizing, so and giving back them to the parts that actually need a human, which like judgment, relationships, creative problem solving, and ethical. So the organizations that frame AI as a replacement question end up with adjacent teams and stalled adaptation, and the one that frame it as a redesign questions end up with a better work, better margins, and people who actually wants to stay at the company. So it's not always replacement, it's how do we combine both of them together. That's my point of view to that point.
Actually, one of the agents
Very
I've
nice,
developed,
very nice.
one of the agents I've developed is reskilling the people. So you look at what they are doing, you value it, you see what, Kareem, is it Kareem? Yeah, Kareem has
Yes,
just
exactly.
mentioned. You say, I've now offloaded and brought 50% free time. How do I make this more productive? Maybe he's not used here. He can be used in here based on his skills.
Correct.
So I do a whole skills analysis. AI does it, by the way, based on my inputs. So the AI does that whole thing. For this role, we have an opening. And now let's see which one of our own staff does that. So that matchmaking of skills versus the holes does a whole reskilling program for that person to be reskilled and coached and mentored and looked at the whole thing. So their job role changes for him to fit in there. So the reskilling, and I did this when I was at Siemens in live with McKinsey. Yeah. So all doable.
No, sorry. We have a long. Thank you so much. We have a long question. Basically, we have many questions, so we have to be like move to the many parts. So thank you so much. We'll just come. We'll come to many questions. Come, please. So next question right now, it takes me to the next question. That is like training a single large language model can consume as much electricity as a small town for a year. As inference becomes the dominant cost, will renewable powered AI data center become a new asset class? And how should investors value their carbon adjusted inference margin? So over to you, Umru and Umakant, Mr. Umakant, and you please come and pitch in. And Alok, Mr. Alok also. So please let me, please.
So I think there are two perspectives which are becoming important. I think one is that primarily, if I look at from an overall perspective, see earlier, and as I think it was pointed out, right? Like, there were 10 people doing the job. Now, maybe there are 3 or 4 people, like writing the code. Instead of writing the code, they're able to review it, right? So where the rest of the work is happening, of course, that's happening at the cloud, right? Where, these large language models, as, Sharath was asking, in a very simple way, what we have done is that we have condensed the internet into a giant brain, and then we are able to ask questions. And when we build these agents out of these, brains, then we are able to give them human-like roles, right? So in the workflow, you have some humans, you also have some agents, and you're designing the organization in a way so that you are able to, get the full workflow out with a combination of human and agents which are happening. Now, if I look at the back of it, right, like how that is getting fulfilled. So that's where it's kind of interesting to see that you have right now, currently, most of these large language models, they exhibit those magical properties only when you have very large, billions of parameters on them. To actually get those models to run properly, you need these huge data centers in the back. However, I do see that in next 1.5 to 2 years time frame, and I'm already starting to see this, right? That all of these, models are now starting to run. Like if you look at DeepSeek Flash, right? That is now running on local devices. So today they're running on local devices. Tomorrow they'll be running on the edge. Maybe you will have a giant computing slab with you, which you're going to carry it around. So my sense is that it's going to be roughly in this order, right? So 70% of the queries you'll be actually tackling locally. Maybe 30% of the queries may be going to the cloud. Right now, they're like, maybe it's 97 or so in the cloud. So I think that ratio is going to flip. And that ratio, if you were to look at that, if it's going to flip, my sense is that there are going to be new startups, new companies that will come up. And maybe they are going to come up from, communications background because, the 6G, 5G ending, 6G is going to be beamed down from the top. So maybe a lot of that data and the bandwidth that will be available on the edge will allow a lot of this intelligence to be there much closer to action, right? So right now these, agents are working primarily on these digital data sets. But tomorrow they'll be working on robots, maybe, far more closer to each one of us. And I think that is where the real opportunity lies in, because maybe a new kind of business models are going to emerge, right? And we were chatting about that, right? Like robot as a service, resource as a service. Fundamentally, all of these objects which we today think are not intelligent or they cannot understand us, they will start to understand us. And what it could mean is that you may buy a toaster, but ability to have maybe your face on the toast, maybe at a premium, or maybe you might buy a car and like right now they're selling FSD as a upgrade. Maybe multiple things could be enabled on the car locally and in an intelligent fashion. So I think from multiple perspectives, one, the technology change is going to happen. Second level is the people, how people are going to use this technology, that is going to change. Third is the business model around, this is also going to change together. And I think that's where I feel that, next, 10 to 15 years, we are going to see a lot of innovation in areas that we've not seen before.
Naveen, do you want me to go next? Hello? Hello?
Sir, are you there?
You
Yeah.
want me to go
We
next?
are on the call.
You are the moderator.
I think
Naveen is
he was
sitting in
muted.
front of me. Naveen is sitting in front of me and confusing me. So
Yeah. Naveen
either
is the moderator. Naveen says.
I physically restrict him by gagging him, and I said, okay, Naveen,
So Sarath is interfering with you, is he?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
let me
just
give
trying
you
to
my
switch on
view
the
on.
background. We both are sitting in a beautiful resort. And
Where are you sitting? Where are you sitting?
We are in the vicinity of Delhi, in a beautiful place called Surajkund. It's a beautiful,
nice.
The Surajkund is right here. I couldn't see my background is blurring, but I would post-conference provided if you have a little time. Thank you, Mru.
Okay, let me give you my perspective on your question. So, Naveen, if I'm not...
Just trying to bring in, Mru, just trying to bring in our former dean of the IIT Delhi, Dr. Rajat Baisya, and he was also the president CEO of Imami. And he'll come in with his supply chain perspective, because he deals with the supply chain of knowledge. Now, Dr. Rajat Baisya, your most recent work actually focuses on the integrated supply chain and logistics management. Now, if you view education as a supply chain of the cognitive development, so what lessons from this industrial logistics can we apply to ensure the delivery of a very personalized AI-driven learning in both efficient and sustainable? Dr. Rajat Baisya. If you want, I can repeat this question. Provided I am able to recall that question again.
No, first of all, because I am sitting in a remotest corner of the country in the northeast India.
Okay.
Northeastern part of India. The network is very, very unstable and it is flickering. I would like to know, am I audible? Are you able to hear?
You are.
But I'm not able to hear very
Now, you are
clearly
always audible, no matter which part of
speeches
India
delivered
traveling
by
or
them.
outside India.
First of all, let me thank Center of Business and Economics Research of UK, CBER, and also more particularly my old colleague and friend, Professor Sharad Das, for inviting me. Although I got his invitation, but saw his invitation only 2 days earlier to participate in this. My area of interest in terms of teaching, research, and consulting, supply chain, which also includes logistics, more particularly in logistics, as well as in the areas of marketing and strategic management, and also to some extent in the areas of entrepreneurship and startup management. As you perhaps know, that the supply chain management is a very broad area, and it almost covers close to around 70% of all economic activities in businesses. And therefore, the most of the cost that the organization incurs is in the areas of supply chain. After that, will come in the areas of marketing and maybe the other functions. And therefore, it is an area which is predominantly in focus for the business leaders to manage more effectively and efficiently. As far as the logistics is concerned, the average logistics cost in India is around, in relation to the selling price, is around 13 to 15% in comparison to the global average of 8 to, in certain countries, of course, in East European countries, it is 10%. So there is a lot of activities going on to reduce the logistics cost, which was earlier the industry was focusing in procurement. The earlier decade we were focusing on the procurement. In this decade we are focusing on the logistics. As far as the artificial intelligence impact is concerned, it is really transforming the international logistics industry by improving speed, efficiency, as well as the cost reduction, as well as the decision making, the process across the global the supply chains. The corporations like DHL,
I would have an
lines.
Yeah. I would have an associated question. And since you also have dealt with the FMCG sector, now in the automotive and the FMCG sectors, the predictive analysis are used to anticipate demand and prevent. Can you hear me?
Can you repeat the question?
No, I'm asking a very associated question. Is related to the predictive management. Since I know your career graph and you dealt with the FMCG sectors, in the automotive and the FMCG sectors, the predictive analysis are used to anticipate demand and prevent the bottlenecks. Now, what is happening in this situation, that how can these industrial predictive models be repurposed to identify learning gaps before they result in some kind of a failure? How this predictive analysis is really helping the FMCG sector?
This is one. As far as the AI implications on the business, particularly in the logistics industry, there are several. Maybe I have jotted down about 7, 8 benefits that we are deriving because of the impact of the AI and the kind of changes happening in the logistics operation at all interfaces, including the what you have mentioned, the demand forecasting and say inventory management. The AI is helping the companies to predict customer demand using historical data, which we were earlier also, maybe 30 years ago, we were using some processes for demand forecasting, some methodologies for demand forecasting. These days, because of the explosion of the data, the AI is helping us to predict much more accurately the demand. You are referring to, if I have heard it clearly, FMCG business is much more accurately and reducing the wastage, reducing
Thank you so much.
the inventory.
Yeah. So what we do, we just have to. I'm seeing that we do have a very little time left. I'm trying to bring in Mr. Brajesh Sinha. I'm seeing him in the space, and who has a background in telecommunication and digital infrastructure, and I've been given to understand that he has been a veteran with Ericsson. Now, looking at the way, is Mr. Brajesh Sinha still around? I saw him.
Yes.
I guess. Yeah.
I
So,
am here.
yeah. I'd like to bring you into the conversations that you, since AI automation, whether it is in automobiles or the classroom, is entirely dependent on the connectivity, which is 5G, 6G, and the cloud infrastructure. Now, you know this architecture, and in this automation in this automation process, the kind of a low latency communications, which we all talk about, is a kind of a life and death requirement. So as we all transition to a cognitive automation, uh, uh, how critical is this as we are going into 6G infrastructure now in ensuring that this cognitive loop is seamless and inclusive for all, even in remote areas. Now, in one of the remote areas, Dr. Azad Baisa currently is sitting.
Yeah, sure. So I can throw some light on that, including some of the things which is happening in the industrial sectors. So 6G is still in the lab. So let us not talk about 6G as of now, because that will bring a lot of more cognitive aspects. But 5G itself is quite a complex network, and it is capable of doing a lot of things which we have not yet been able to achieve. At the same time, we see the potential in the network layer to do a lot of things which can still be done. You talked about the low latency stuff. So usually what happens is when we talk about, then most of the time the idea which we have in our mind is there is a database, then we have the AI models run on the database CT that predicts something, gives us a maybe a recommendation. Based on that, system can take a decision. So this is the kind of automation which we have seen in most of the cases. Now what is happening is all these things used to happen in the cloud. The networking layer used to transfer the information or the traffic or the data from one point, like IoT devices, to the cloud. Now, uh, as somebody was mentioning, we are bringing that intelligence more and more away from the cloud into the edge. Along with that, we are also bringing that intelligence into the network. So what is happening is in 5G, since the network is very, very complex, and the amount of data being flown through the network, passing through the network, is also a lot more than what it used to happen. The chances of failure is also very high. So what is required is the network itself smart enough, capable enough to do all types of optimizations in itself. For example, if there is in an industrial setup, if there are few robots running the factory floor. We just talked about logistics. Warehousing is a very quite a related area to logistics sector. So in warehousing, we have a lot of robots moving around in the warehouse, taking things from one place to another. Usually what happens, those robots have to be programmed in such a way that they should not crowd at one place, or they should not hit each other, or they should not hit a human who is crossing the path. But if that happens, in that case, what will happen? The robots are programmed enough to take a different path. In that case, what will happen? There will be a lot of traffic. I'm talking about network traffic. Those robots, since they're moving, they are continuously using the network to transmit the information, the data. So a lot of robots coming in one area will make the network pretty much congested there. At that point of time, it is required for the network to re-optimize in such a way that it can handle the traffic which has moved to one place much better than the other place, right? So this type of optimization has to be done on the go. So AI is definitely helping things.
Yeah. That's quite an insight into this whole. By the way, I see also Atul Joshi, Mr. Atul Joshi there. I can spot you, Mr. Atul Joshi. Yeah. Yeah. Atul, can I get you? Yeah. Okay. I can hear you. I see you there. Are you there, Mr. Atul Joshi? Okay, right. Now, Atul Joshi's position actually is he's serving as the director with the DOT, Department of Telecommunications in India, and his position is actually within this Indian radio regulatory services. And Mr. Atul Joshi's perspective is very vital for understanding the governance of the airwaves. And now, since we are talking about the AI automations in education and transport that relies on this wireless spectrum, I would like him to, I'd like you to focus on those regulatory, security, and the policy frameworks required to make this vision a reality. Now, my questions would be that, for instance, one of these questions that always has comes to my mind, is the current regulatory framework agile enough to keep pace with the AI agents that can now write their own code and modify their own communication protocols? Atul Joshi.
Yes. Yeah. I hope I'm audible. Okay.
Yes, you're audible.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you very much for bringing me into the discussion. I was so much engaged to the discussion to listening to the so prominent speakers here. So as you have rightly mentioned that the AI agent or the AI-based communication has already been is paramount in the Indian perspective as well. We have been discussing this and the policy matters also. So let me bring in that as discussed by just previous speaker to me, Dr. Rajesh, that he had discussed about some of the telecommunication aspects of the AI. So there was a wide kind of discussions with the telecom service providers, which we called as the TSPs, that what the AI should be and how it should be incorporated into the Indian telecom scenario. So if I discuss only about the telecommunication or the voice call, but we call it the access services, the quality of services, what we are getting with the without AI, or I'll say with the existing telecom infrastructure is very high. That I'll say you that the quality of service that the some of the figures we have are the 95%, 96%. So if we are bringing in the AI-based models into just for our voice communication or access service communications, we are only expecting to go 2 to 3% of the quality of service improvement. What our telecom service providers are concerned that for this particular 2% to 2.5% of the quality of service improvement, do we need to have such kind of huge investment in having a model, huge language model, and then the servers, the clouds? So it's a kind of cost benefit analysis that we are concerned and the telecom service providers are concerned in the India. Secondly, we cannot rule out the usage of AI in our scenario. So as discussed that the 6G, the talks are there, and already there are agent-based communication, agentic AI, and as discussed, the network itself will be self-healing. So if there will be some kind of burdening or some overload into the network. It will be self-healing or self-optimization, not a self-optimized network. So the AI, what we will bring in the telecom system will be having not for the telecom itself the use case, but having the use case in the diverse fields like healthcare, or we have the immersive realities for the logistics, and as discussed about the transportations. So government is more focused about the different dimensions of the AI into the embedded into telecom scenario, and based on that, the discussions are going on. Like last months, there were some meetings that's for the V2X communications. There is the requirement of some of the spectrum which needs to be provided for the testing, and maybe in the future will be required for the V2X communication. Then there is the some of the spectrum being utilized for the tone-based communication, which will be utilizing the AI-based models. So government is working on that model, and based on the recommendations or the discussions with what we call the cellular operators authorities of India, COAI, and the different stakeholders, the government will come out with definitely some kind of roadmaps. Already there are some international guidelines are there from the our TRI and the CGPP. The discussions are going on, but at the national perspective, the work is going on, and maybe within a due course of time, we'll have some kind of roadmap for utilizing AI in our network. So this is from my side. And secondly, over the time, we have discussions with our research field, which we call as the Telecom Engineering Center, TEC, which is our, I'll say, a kind of R&D or the standardization making body. Telecom Engineering Center is a part of the test office of the DOT, which I think Naveen Manaswiji is also the part of. So that also collaborate with the international bodies and to take work on to finalize some kind of a standards which is internationally accepted for the telecommunication network in the field of artificial intelligence.
Yeah. Thank you.
So
Thank you,
definitely,
Atul.
the government is working on that. Yes.
Yeah. That's a very, very invaluable perspectives, and I'm glad that you are among us. We have also the privilege to have Mr. Alok Kumar among us, and now his presence at this conference actually adds a very critical layer to our automobile to education theme, sustainability. Now, as an AI automation that scales across the transport and cognitive sectors, its energy footprints becomes a massive variable. These questions that bridge the gap between these high-tech automations and the green infrastructure. Now, my question, Mr. Alok Kumar, hope I'm reaching out to you. Mr. Alok Kumar? Yes. Yeah. So now if you really can reflect on the transitions to AI-driven education and autonomous transport that requires massive data center capacity. Now, from a DNB perspective, how can we ensure that this cognitive automations of the future is powered by a very truly decarbonized grid rather than increasing our reliance on the fossil fuels? I personally come from a land of fossil fuels, which is the Orissa. Mr. Alok.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So from the DNB side, we have supported and helped many big companies who set up data center. And what we have seen that, traditionally they have looked into renewable sector from the very beginning itself. But with AI coming into the picture, I think the grid and AI interaction is going to be different because with the normal data center load, it was a kind of a load which we had a kind of unidirectional supply of power. But with the AI coming into the picture, what we believe that especially when we have more wind and solar and the grid is congested, AI can actually draw power, and that can also help the grid. So from that respect, what I see that the direction becomes both ways, and AI-based load that comes from the data center, in many ways, they are able to support the grid once it is powered by the green energy. So that's where I see a very good kind of a relationship that will also solve some of the grid issues which are coming because of the wind and solar. So it's kind of a virtual storage that I can think of. When you have more surplus power, they can utilize. And that's largely because when you have the AI load they can be geographically shifted, they can be temporally shifted, and that works perfectly well to also integrate more wind and solar into the grid. I think you are on mute.
So my life has become kind of muting and unmuting myself, but that's quite. I mean, you get quite excited. I wish that we probably have more time to engage this little deeply. But some of these other questions that also come to my mind is now, for instance, that the green carbon, hydrocarbon in the logistics. While the passenger automobiles are moving towards EV and heavy logistics is eyeing this green hydrocarbon. So how does AI automations in smart logistics optimize the storage and distribution of the hydrogen? And could similar optimization models be applied to the distribution of knowledge in education? Because you all are educationalists here.
Yeah, so I think so AI is also a kind of a consumer of power, but it's also solving some of the issues which are around with the power, especially with the distribution of power. And so it's kind of bringing in a most optimized real-time basis match between demand and the supply of power. So far, what we were trying to do is that, with renewable power, we were trying to match, demand with the supply. But with the AI-based load, we can also have the flexibility on the demand side as well as on the supply side. So having that, what we see that not only it will solve these renewable problems and it will enhance greatly, I would say, to the integration of renewables into the grid. The whole complex matrix and the uses of AI and the requirement of power that can, bring a completely different matrix, and that will also be solved by the AI, through which we can ensure that, it is fully optimized in terms of supply as well as in terms of demand of the power.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if I've again muted myself. No, I'm now perfectly okay. We also have the privilege to have Mr. Amit Upadhyay among us. I can see Mr. Amit Upadhyay flashing. Mr. Amit Upadhyay is probably currently located in Dubai. And he has a background in the hedge fund management, and he also has been an academician. Mr. Amit Upadhyay? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. So great. I mean, now that we kind of you are a person who probably has traveled from all the way from automobile to educations, being a elite faculty member of NMIS. And then you have transitioned through these lanes of the capital allocation, risk management, quant analysis. Now, my questions to our question rather, Navin is sitting next to me. So some of these questions are also fed by Navin. As I say, I bring smile on his face, but I still take a part of the ownership of this question. That as an automation actually shifts from a very physical kind of automobiles to cognitive, which is education, where should the global capital be positioned? Is the education sector moving from a service model to a very SaaS infrastructure model that is more attractive to high stakes portfolios?
I think this is a very good question. I would like to give some brief regarding the AI, because everybody is talking about the LLM model, LSTM model, large language model, but what is the utility first of all? So we are working around the data. The data was already there in past decades and the decades of the decades, and it will be remain there in our life. But making the modeling is very, very swiftly. We can say the AI is a speed, but can we say AI is the wisdom? No, because there is no wisdom inside the data. We are the human who adopt ourselves and develop the model ourselves, and then we can find out, okay, this is the model, we can pick it. So I'm into the financial market, and this financial market is the most applicable model where the models are not able to gauge the age. What does mean? The meaning is that are you capable, or the model is capable enough to generate the alpha, the real alpha? No. We can make it swift, we can model it swift, but we can't generate the alpha from the model. Answer to your question, there's many fintech companies which include the Oracle, which include the, when you talk about the Indian context, the ITC, many different modeling company. But the thing is that the fintech company, educational,
blood pressure check.
Educational.
Some voices interrupting. Interrupting the conversation. If you really can mute the audio, please. Yeah. Please continue.
Thank you very much. So when you take a lens from the educational background, the people are look forward to solve this problem, because I'm into the industry from the financial market and been into the visiting faculty in many different colleges in India. So a student eagerly ask this question: what will happen into the financial market? What will happen? What is the utility in the financial market as well as the different industries? So my always answer to them to tell them that you need to have an edge. The edge is the experience to utilize those model effectively. The model itself doesn't have any effective utilization of the model. So first of all, human need to be developed in such a context that they can find the edge. So being in 18 years into financial market, I know what is the pulse of the market. Based on that, I can utilize those particular modern, those particular contexts, like the seasonality impact or the contango or backwardation, or many different aspects. So finding the particular edge is totally depend on the how much capability you have. So similarly, the educational background is also look forward to model the educational, the structure. Till the time we are into the process, we are just mugging up and just pouring into the adaptation. But right now, we are in the process where we need to adopt the data modeling, how to utilize those LLM model in day-to-day basis. So that's why this is the question for everyone. Right. So like from our mobile to desktop to daily utility in automobiles, everywhere is the data is there. But how swiftly we are using those data and solving those problems. Yep. I think you're mute.
Thank you so much. And again, I'd like to bring you back into the conversation.
Sure.
But let me, I in fact have some unfulfilled question Q&A sessions with Mr. Mru Patel, and I took that conversation to Dr. Rajat Baisya from him. Now we probably have not really got the opportunity to introduce him with a lot of pomp and gaiety. Is Mr. Mru Patel still around?
Yes,
just see him.
I'm here.
Thank you. I mean, the show is still on. So looking at your background.
I think we have just 5 minutes.
We are news broadcaster. We'll do it within time. So now Mru Patel's background is actually is a kind of a masterclass in resilience and decentralization, and someone who has actually pivoted from from these walled gardens of the IBM and Siemens to very open source and be on your own bank movements. Now, there's something that, which personally, that is a very personal question. I'm sure that I'll resonate with many others in the forum, that you advocate for a kind of a be your own bank philosophy, So in an AI automated world, could we see a very similar be on your own teacher movement where decentralized AI agents today can allow the individuals to bypass these traditional institutional gatekeepers called the high street banks?
That was a saying 10 years ago when I built my first digital bank and a digital exchange. 10 years ago, pre-COVID, okay? So there's not many businesses I haven't touched including edutech, including the whole .com era, and visionary even in Indian businesses out there, including the whole government online movement in the early 90s. Okay, so be your own bank, be your own coin, be your own educator. AI is already doing that. Okay, and if it's not AI, it is another form of a tokenized way, is where I see it. Bringing it back to the main topic, let me give you a view how it would work in reality. There's someone's mic that is on.
Dr. Rahim, you need to mute yourself. Dr.
Sorry,
Rahim,
sorry. And Dr. Rajat as well, Mr. Dean might need to, I don't know. By the way, I'm interviewing 2 of your students for internship tomorrow, Dr. Rajat. Anyway, yeah. So what I'm doing is, it is going to be no restriction. Everyone should say, I have no restrictions now. What is my mind capable of doing? And that's where the world is going. You are going to see single man, 10 men, billionaire unicorns happening all the time. Okay, it's already happening. So in automation, energy, data centers, telecoms, I mean, I've touched all these businesses in my life. The way I see it is, and it's beginning to happen in some of the projects and deals that I see in my fund as well, is data centers of the future is not going to be the traditional type of data centers. Electricity and power grids are not going to be the type of electricity and power grids. Telcos are not going to be the same. I'll tell you why. Having been in corporates for decades, corporates generally do not act agile enough. The innovation is not going to come from corporates because they are too slow. Everyone's looking after their own seat, their own pensions, and their own jobs because they know it's at risk. So the innovation will come from outside, and that's where the disruption will come from. Let's take data center and innovation and energy as a sector. I see a totally different decentralized mesh way of businesses where the whole decentralization, what you talked about or asked me on Be Your Own Coin, Be Your Own Bank, will happen where the user will get incentivized to say, you know what, allow your mobile phone or your computer that is sitting there 70% of the time doing nothing to be a resource in this mesh, and we will bring it to that edge for doing mining, for doing energy consumption, to doing anything from AI models at a agentic and even down to the co-working space. That's where the push will come from. So if you're in a vertical of telcos, energy, or wherever, it will get drilled down to there. Why? Because I don't care what people spend. People cannot end up spending billions and trillions building data centers and power grids and all that. You cannot do that. There's only X amount of wind and solar panels you will do, and it is not sustainable. That business model is broken. So I am not an advocate of that, having done carbon credit. So we go down to that level, if it makes sense where I'm going.
Yeah. Okay, we're getting very close to it. Now, I just have a final question for Umakant, Mr. Umakant Soni. I abruptly cut
we
you.
just had
Just a final question. This is the larger question, and then we are closing this. It is all about the question is about I would say that creating a very humanity-centric AI for all. And in that, I would ask the question to Mr. Umakant Soni that you advocate for AI that solves a very kind of a societal scale problems. So how do we ensure that this AI automated education doesn't become a digital divide issue, but rather a tool that provides a rural student anywhere the same quality of mentorship as a student in a global tech hub? Mr. Umakant Soni. If he's not there, I'll take that question to anyone who would like to come in, and then or else we
Okay, I'll tell you where we are going with it. Where I'm doing live
just
things.
conclude in 2 minutes.
We are taking experience
in 2 minutes.
into training and education. Experience. So the human experience will train the agents and the co-workers to do the coaching and the mentoring of the future students. Let me tell you, there's no professor or dean who knows everything in this world, but 1,000 professors and 1,000 deans and 1,000 teachers, or in my word, 1,000,000, can teach better based on the students' own needs, goals, and things like that. That's where the world is going.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you all the participants. We are almost. I invite Naveen sitting next to me if you can say thanks to all, and then of course David has come in. So up to now, passing the baton to David and Naveen.
Yes, thank you so much indeed, Professor Sarah, and all. It's an inspiring hour. It really was good engagement. The arguments were really, really sound. It had depth, it had breadth. It's really sort of put people on the alert button, because there is so much that is going to be coming up on this particular subject. Everyone's not going to be sort of in agreement, because we've all had the same experience, but you know, when it comes to our individual usage, but a fantastic hour, a really fantastic hour. So our personal thanks to you, Professor Sarah, to everybody that was engaged, and thank you so much indeed. So I think now,
thank you, David.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You know, it's
thank you all the distinguished panelists. Thank you so much for joining it.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, David. Thank you, sir. Professor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Data. It's a pleasure to me to be with you. And I hope that this session will be fruitful for everyone. And I will start by sharing my presentation. And let's see my first slide. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and our presentation or our keynote, it will be, I think, like a roadmap for how to use the AI and the role of AI in making positive development in developing countries and moving these developing countries to developed countries. And it's titled by a practical, inclusive, and sustainable AI for developing countries. I will focus on how the AI can be used, not just for we use it as an advanced technology, but also we are going to use it in a practical way for development. Okay, we can use the AI for solving the problems, the real problems of these developing countries, and to expand the access of the citizens in these countries to different services and to support the long-term sustainable progress in these countries. So let's start with this important question. How can AI create broad-based development value rather than isolated pilots? Okay, so I think that AI success will depend on the results and the outcomes more than the demos. Okay, so in order to say that the AI role succeeded, it must present real results, like, for example, saving time in every process happening in our life, reducing errors, lowering costs, and helping more people access more services or services in an easy and comfortable way. The second thing that will lead to the success of using AI in developing countries is the local fit. AI solutions must match the country's real conditions, okay? The needs of the country must match the all the conditions related to the language, connectivity, internet access, budgets, and existing government or business processes. Also the delivery capacity, which means that when we adopt the AI solutions, we need to have good data governance, and we need a system integration, very powerful system integration to integrate the AI systems with the legacy and the old systems. We need a heavy training for all the employees and workers in every field, and all the citizens, even the citizens, need to train how to use AI solutions. We need to provide good maintenance, and we need to define a clear responsibility when you use these systems. Also, it's very important for the success of AI to present the AI solutions in a sequential way. We have to focus first on to search for solving the problems that representing a bottleneck in the society that will have a visible benefit, okay, and measurable benefit. So I think these are the elements that guarantee that the AI impact will be a great impact when the AI is practical, locally suitable, and well managed and focused on real problems. Okay, and here we are moving to a very important thing, why the AI is important at this moment for developing countries, why this moment is different, okay? And here we are having three main reasons for why the AI is especially important in this time. First, the leapfrogging concepts means that all developing countries now are still modernizing and building their own service systems, and they are advancing these systems. So they need to skip the legacy and the old ways and the old way of doing the workflows, and they have to move towards the newer workflows that are dependent on using mobile systems, mobile applications, cloud-based systems, and AI systems, rather than using the old, as we said, or legacy infrastructure. So it's about time to skip the old ways and moving to the least cost and more effective ways of doing the daily activities and daily operations. The second reason for why AI is important nowadays, the scale. Once an AI supported service works, it can often expand, it can expand to reach many people, okay, at a relatively low extra cost. The AI should have this effect to provide services with the least cost, and if we scale these AI supported processes or services, this will be useful in many fields, like in education, in health, in customer support, and public services. The third important reason why the AI applications is important now or suitable to apply is nowadays the scarcity of experts, okay? Because many developing countries are having or facing shortage in the teachers or doctors or agriculture advisors, and AI can help to extend their capacity by supporting routine tasks and advising and triage and decision making, so the AI can reduce the pressure caused by shortage of skilled experts. Okay, so these are main three reasons for why the AI is suitable and very important for developing countries now. Now we move to the core technologies and the AI technologies for sustainable development. Okay, so AI can be based on many technologies. AI systems can be based on many technologies. Now we are going to list core technologies. First, using the geospatial AI based on using the satellite images and maps to monitor things, important things in any developing country, such as deforestation, informal settlement growth, floods, crop stress, flood and wildfire monitoring. Okay, also, this is the first usage of the first technology using the satellite and maps and the AI systems that are based on these things to monitor all these things. The second core technology is using the capabilities of AI solution in forecasting and anomaly detection. And this is very important for disease prediction, outbreaks, power demand. Okay, so we can predict by AI solutions these kind of problems, if we can say, power demand, water leakage, logistics disruption, weather variability, and so on. The third technology is computer vision AI-based systems. So we can use AI solutions that is using the computer vision and computer vision recognition and image recognition systems, okay, to analyze images for inspecting, for example, the problems in the traffics, for discovering crop disease that are available or found, for clinic triage support, environmental monitoring. Also, we can use the AI technologies related to language and speech, and these are very important nowadays. AI solutions in language and speech can help people to access services in their own language. They can support tutoring and support citizens to benefit from the guidance in their own language, in their national language, and they can provide, the AI solution can provide multilingual information delivery. Also, optimization and edge AI or AI solutions that are dependent on optimization models like genetic algorithm and so on. They can be used for improving decisions under constraints, okay, such as traffic flow or traffic routing and control, scheduling, dispatching, and offline or low bandwidth AI use. Okay, so we can see that it's important to define what you need and the problem. And if you define the problem, you can use the technologies that is suitable for this problem. If we want, for example, the problem is sensing, so we can use the geospatial and vision. If the problem is uncertainty in your decisions, so you can use the AI models for forecasting. If the problem is coordination, you can use AI for optimization. If you want to access more citizens and to provide the information for more people, you have to use the AI solutions for language and speech and so on. So we can review together that these technologies can be targeting different applications for AI. Okay, and the first application, and this is one of the best areas to start using AI in developing countries, is in education. It's very important to use the AI in education for providing different high quality access services and to prepare the students and all the youth, the young youth, for employability and the learning recovery. Okay, if we look at the education applications of AI, so we can see that the AI can help through local language tutoring, giving students practice, okay, and feedback, and help in supporting in their own language, okay, and especially if the ratio between the students and teachers is not well. For example, we have many students for each teacher. So the AI can help to solve these problems, to provide support for students, for many students and very few teachers. Also, the AI can be used as a teacher co-pilot. It can reduce the administrative work and the burden of this administrative work. It can help the teacher in lesson planning, quiz generation, grading support, and so on. And at the level of the education ministry in these developing countries, the AI can provide important analytics such as highlighting the learning gaps, absenteeism patterns, curriculum bottlenecks, and all these matters that support decision-making related to the education field in developing countries. Also, the AI can support skills pathways, okay, because it can help in enabling the digital literacy and vocational training to train the young or the students for specific jobs, okay, and to link the education with the labor market demand and needs. Okay, so AI shouldn't replace teachers, but it can be used to support the teachers and widen access and improve learning outcomes. The second application for the AI in developing countries is a very important usage and application in the health sector, health systems, using health systems, and the AI can help clinical decision support. Of course, the doctors and the medical staff can use the AI solutions to capture the symptoms of the patients, to do note summarization, to diagnose diseases, to do a triage for the patients, and referring the patients in the right way to the right doctor or the right medical service. Also, AI can support the hospital workflows by reducing time spent in paperwork and in help in retrieving smartly and intelligently the correct medical records for the doctors. It can eliminate and reduce the repetitive administrative tasks. Okay, in the public health operations, also AI can be used to predict demand for medicines across cities, different cities in the country. It can be used to determine the staffing needs and the recruitment needs. It can be used to reduce the pressure in underserved regions and providing the suitable service for these underserved regions and detect the disease outbreaks. So AI can make health systems faster and better coordinated, giving clinicians and doctors more time and more spare time to focus on serious and complex cases. Also, another important application for the AI in agriculture and climate resilience. So AI can help by analyzing the, as we said, the satellite images and so on. Can be use these AI systems to find and identify problems related to the crop monitoring or diseases that affecting the crop, and we can reduce the losses in these crops. Also, forecasting tools in agriculture, so we can predict by AI solutions the best time to plant and irrigation needs and time to water our crop. And we can also detect or predict the climate related problems. Okay. Also, we can use the AI solutions as advisory systems. Okay. So we can get many recommendations, practical recommendation based on the weather and soil analysis and forecasting, and using the AI models that analyze the weather data and the soil data and the market information to provide, as we said, suitable and practical recommendations for the farmers so they can respond to any risk related to these factors, weather or soil or market. And also,
Professor, you have just 3 minutes left.
3 minutes left. Okay, I will jump. Okay. So another application for AI in finance and small, medium-sized companies. Okay, and here we say that in order to summarize, that AI can make finance services more cheaper. It can help in fraud detection, document processing, and AI can help to include more citizens to be covered by electronic financial services. Okay, and it can avoid unfair exclusion for some citizens. Okay, in public administration and cities also we can use the AI to help governments to do more administrative automated tasks and capacity. Okay, and they can maintain the trust and accountability for their administrative automated services provided to the citizens. Okay, now we move for the adoption conditions. Okay, in order to make the AI solution possible, so we need a very powerful connectivity, but infrastructure, but realistic, okay, practical, that are suitable for the developing countries, like low bandwidth data, internet communication, and we are use computing cost. We need to minimize the computing cost by depending on the cloud and the portable systems and mobile systems. We need to achieve interoperability with low cost, okay, to link these new systems with the old systems. Okay, and it's not only about
Prof, just if you can conclude, if you can make conclusion, please.
Okay, I will conclude. Okay, and as we said, we have other factors in addition to the technology. We have other organizational and requirements from the stakeholders. Also, we have the risks and the safeguards of using these AI systems in the developing countries. And we have this roadmap to start to choose the right problem, design the solution, and build the pilot and measure the outcomes of using the AI solution. And we have the roles for the developers to build systems, the government to set the rules and the institutional rules, and the investors to invest in these systems. Finally, okay, we say that developing countries don't need to use the fancy systems like used in developed countries. They can build practical, context-aware AI systems that are suitable for their local environment, regionally scalable and globally credible. And at the end, we have this question: we need to build an AI solutions that are practical, inclusive, and sustainable. Okay, thank you. Thank you for listening. Now, if we have
Professor,
questions.
thank you so much. I don't know that we need to have more time so that we can have the real discussion. Such a fascinating topic. You have discussed so nicely and thoroughly and very coherently the use of AI that can help the many countries. I think you have taken developing countries to improve education, healthcare, agriculture, finance, and other areas too. I don't know whether we can take any too many questions. Maybe one question from the audience. Just one question, please, if you have. If not, I'll have a very quick question. Since I'm going to focus on education, as we are in education. We know that nowadays, especially today, we are facing daunting issue with the students who hasn't got any curiosity and too much interest and motivation in the classroom. Without changing the tutor's role, the teacher's role, and human interaction, how AI can be used to improve students' curiosity? Prof?
Okay, I think now after we have now like generative AI and software like ChatGPT and the software that students now are going to rely on this software in to refer to this software in getting knowledge, and it is now a responsibility on the professors and the teaching staff that they have to use these smart systems in order to provide and to deliver their own lectures in a way that to provide very attractive educational material and interactive material. They have to think carefully, and the students, if the student find that the professor less in knowledge than this kind of generative AI system like ChatGPT and these systems, the students will lose the care for following the professor. So professors must use these intelligent platforms in delivering their educational material in, as we said, in a very attractive way and fully knowledgeable with covering all the aspects of the topic they are delivering to the student in a way that is easy and we use very direct, and use many examples and many demos to provide and to deliver his own or his meanings or target or objectives of the learning itself. So we are in a strong competition with this new AI software. The student must trust our knowledge and our capabilities in education and teaching. Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much indeed. I think I'm now moving from the many years that I spent in the investigation of global organized crime as part of my background being part of the fraud squad in the UK. But over the last 10-15 years, my engagement with students has actually put me in a different arena. And what I'd like to sort of put across to you, and this is really, I'm asking a question, are we now, by technology and the advancement of technology, breeding out the natural instinct of students, individuals, to actually be creative on their own? So I put something together which I'd like to get feedback on afterwards. So I get from your perspective. So I'm now saying reawakening the desire to learn and realigning education for the changing world. So what I'm saying is that education, I believe, stands at a critical crossroads. We have across schools, colleges, and universities. It is fair to say there is a growing concern that while access to education has expanded, student engagement has at the same time declined. Many learners move from systems that seem to prioritize outcomes over curiosity, assessment over understanding, and conformity over creativity. So what are we left with? We are left with a troubling puzzle. Students are more bound by credentials than ever, yet often less inspired, less prepared, and less certain about their future. How often do we ask our students, what are you going to do once you have left university? Now, most students, certainly the students that I've engaged with over the years, most students don't know what comes next in their life. I did some research and I went around the local, shops, etc., supermarkets, and there was people, graduates. Whilst they were stacking shelves, I asked them the question, and they said, "Well, what I learned at university didn't really fit with what I want to do in life." So even they are themselves somewhat puzzled. So how often, we ask those questions, but how often do we get the right answers from them? Most students, as I said, don't know what they're going to do with their next in life, but the challenge was captured strongly by the late Sir Ken Robinson, who argued that education should be about lighting a fire, not simply filling minds with information. His warning remains highly relevant today. Why? The natural desire to learn, so evident in early childhood, appears to be dormant for many students as they progress through formal education. Education has in the past been linear. You enter here, you're expected to do this, you are taught this, you are, your research, whatever you are, your subject is then tested and you come out the other end. For what reason? But at the same time, the external environment is transforming rapidly. Technological disruption, globalization, the shifting labour markets are redefining what it means to be educated. In this context, education systems must do more than transmit knowledge. They must cultivate, be adaptive, be creative, and above all, resilient. This will hopefully transmit to the future of tomorrow individuals, making them capable of navigating uncertainty. So I would like to explore three central issues: the decline of central motivation and the curiosity in learners. 2, the misalignment between education and industry, and the urgent need to redesign education to meet future worldly challenges. If we conclude successfully, we can outline practical ways institutions can rekindle a passion for learning while equipping students and the youth of today to navigate the uncertainties of tomorrow. It is, of course, fair to say that whilst no one can predict the future, we can at least help our universities make changes that supports the engagement with industry, thus allowing our students to be exposed to the real world of today and hopefully prepare them for the future. Now, at that point, what I'd like to do is actually just give you some, background. A world that has changed faster than education. We are now living through a period of rapid transformation. Artificial intelligence, automation, digital platforms, and global networks are reshaping industry in real time. Entire job roles are disappearing while new ones emerge that did not exist 5 years ago. In this environment, the old models of education, learn once, work for life, is no longer valid. Now, the future demands adaptability, creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, and lifelong learning. You continue to learn. Yet many education systems still reflect an industry era design, structured, linear, and slow to adapt. And of course, this mismatch creates a growing gap between education and the world student center. And internationally, some countries have already moved far more decisively to close this gap. We are talking about Germany, the dual system as a national strength. One of the strongest examples is Germany. Germany's system is built on deep, structured employer involvement through dual education model. Students combine classroom learning with paid, structured work, placement in companies. Employers are not external partners, they are co-educators. This system is widely recognized for strong alignment between skills and the labour market that the country needs, low youth unemployment, and high levels of employability after graduation. United States, they have the industry embedded learning. Universities and employees increasingly co-deliver apprenticeship-style degrees where students learn in workplaces while completing academic study. These programs combine theory with structural employment, ensuring graduates leave not only with knowledge, but with experience already embedded in their learning. And yet we've got other cases across Europe and Asia. So a clear pattern is that the UK is actually starting to fall behind. What we have to do is we need to concentrate on the dormant desire to learn. Curiosity is a fundamental human trait. Children instinctively question, experiment, and explore the world around them. They learn that learning in its purest form is driven by wonder rather than obligation. Their minds are always searching for what? This is a question we need to answer. How often we get the response from them of why? However, as learners move through formal education system, this intrinsic motivation often diminishes. Several structural factors contribute to this decline. First, there is an overemphasis on standardization. Education systems frequently rely on uniform curricula, rigid assessment frameworks, and narrow definitions of success. While standardization can ensure consistency, it often comes at a cost of individuality. Students do not fit the dormant model, may feel marginalized or disengaged. Second, assessment practices tend to prioritize performance over understanding. High stakes examination encourage short-term memorization rather than deep learning. Students become focused on achieving grades rather than developing insight, and over time learning becomes transactional. Effort is exchanged for marks rather than driven by curiosity. And the third point, there is often limited opportunity for creativity and exploration. Subjects are compartmentalized, timetables are inflexible, and there is little room for interdisciplinary thinking. Students may rarely be asked to solve real problems, pursue their interests, or engage in meaningful inquiry. At this point, what I'd like to just cover that, in my classes, what I have done is, if I'm teaching the investigation of organised crime, yes, I give them the theory. There'll always be a place for that, and I understand that. But I ask them to practice that. I ask them to take on a case study. I get them to actually go into the investigation process. I get them to create a case that we can actually put through a courtroom. We have a courtroom scenario at the end of the training session where they role play. So they actively engage with the subject and they get exposed to what a courtroom scenario is all about. So if we have sort of engagement, it helps them to understand, and that is where they can practice. They can, it's a safe environment for them. So the cumulative effect is significant. Many students begin to associate learning with pressure, compliance, and risk aversion. The natural desire to learn does not disappear entirely. It becomes suppressed. Reawakening this desire requires a fundamental shift from viewing students as passive recipients of knowledge to recognizing them as active participants in their own learning journey. The changing world, the urgency to reform, the need to reignite students' engagement is amplified by the rapidly changing nature of work and society. We are living through a period of unprecedented transformation. Advances in artificial intelligence, automation, and digital technologies are reshaping industries at an accelerating pace. Roles that existed a decade ago are disappearing, while entirely new professions are emerging. In this environment, the traditional model of education where individuals acquire a fixed body of knowledge before entering a stable career is no longer sufficient. Instead, what does the future demand? Adaptability, to respond to changing circumstances, critical thinking, to navigate complexity and uncertainty, creativity, to generate new ideas and solutions, collaboration, to work effectively across disciplines and across cultures, and lifelong learning, to continuing to update skills and knowledge. Yet many education systems remain rooted in industry-era assumptions. They are designed to produce a workforce suited to predictable, hierarchical environments. Standardization, routine, and efficiency were prioritized. Today, some of those characters can act as constraints. If education does not evolve, there is a risk of a widening gap between what students learn and what they need. This gap implications not only for employability, but also innovation, economic growth, and social cohesion. The stakes, therefore, are high. Reform is not simply desirable, it is essential. So the misalignment between education and industry, one of the most visible symptoms of this broader challenge is the disconnect between education providers and the labour market. Employers frequently report that graduates lack key competencies required in the workplace. These include practical problem-solving abilities, communication and interpersonal skills, commercial awareness, the ability to apply theoretical knowledge in real-world contexts. But at the same time, graduates often express frustration that their education has not adequately prepared them for employment. Many feel uncertain about career pathways and lack confidence in their readiness for professional roles. This misalignment, I believe, stems from several factors. Firstly, the curricula are often developed in isolation from industry. While academic rigor is essential, it must be complemented by relevance. Without input from employees and practitioners, programs risk becoming outdated or disconnected from current practice. That's why when I teach my students, I bring in outside speakers, keynote speakers that are practitioners in the field that they are studying, so they get a real world overview of what the problems are. This is how we teach the subject, but in reality, in the real world, this is how it actually performs. Secondly, there is an insufficient emphasis on experimental learning. Opportunities such as internship, placements, and live projects are not always embedded within programs. As a result, students may graduate with strong theoretical knowledge, but limited practical experience. Thirdly, the pace of change in industry often outstrips the pace of change in education. Institutional structures, accreditation processes, and funding models can make it difficult to update programs quickly. Addressing this alignment requires a shift in mindset. Education institutions must see themselves not only as centres of knowledge, but as partners in economic and social development. This involves co-designing curricula with industry stakeholders, embedding real-world challenges into learning, providing structural work-based learning opportunities, and encouraging interdisciplinary collaboration. Such approaches not only enhance employability, but also make learning more engaging and meaningful for students. So transforming the learning experience, if the goal is to be awakened a dormant desire to learn, then transformation must occur at the level of the learning experience itself. And a number of key shifts are required from passive to active learning. Of course, as I said, traditional lecture-based model positions students as passive recipients of information. While lectures have value, they should be complemented by more interactive approaches. From uniformity to personalization, they have to have diverse strengths, interests, and aspirations. Education systems must again move beyond a one-size-fits-all approach. Personalized learning can take many forms, including flexible pathways within programs, opportunities for specialization, use of technology to support individual learning needs. When students feel that their education reflects their identity and goals, motivation increases.
3 minutes, David.
Thank you so much. So what I'd like just to, what I'll say, so if I finish with a call to action, the challenge facing education are complex, but the direction of travel is clear. To prepare young people for the future, education systems must reignite curiosity and intrinsic motivation, align more closely with the needs of industry and society, embrace innovation in teaching and learning, support lifelong learning as a core principle. Going back to the words of Sir Ken Robinson, serve as both a reminder and a challenge. If education is to light a fire, then it must do more than deliver content. It must inspire. Within every student lies potential. The role of education is to unlock that potential, not constrain it. So, in conclusion, the rewards can be profound. By lighting that fire of curiosity, once more we can ensure that the learners of today become the leaders, thinkers, and the creators of tomorrow. Thank you very much indeed.
Great. Now, this is ongoing research, so I mean, the time is really short. I only present some of
Yes, you have the 10 minutes to present your paper. Yes.
Okay. So, you know, I mean, it's well known that global value chain resilience is under serious challenge, right? Is receiving serious challenge, facing serious challenge. Now, what is the corporate response? If we look at the early period, right, since the trade war, right, particularly the U.S.-China trade war, right, the corporate sector in America, for example, right, was kind of reluctant, passive, right, in terms of supply chain readjustment. There's various reasons, simply because global supply chain or value chain readjustment involves considerable search costs, learning costs, fixed costs, right? And the firms often underestimate this kind of geopolitical risk, right? GVC disruption risk, and the urgency to make readjustment. And then, so even though firms realize they are facing this kind of risk, they may not act promptly to readjust their supply chain. Then the policy response is to try to encourage, right, as kind of prompt corporate sector to do so. Now, in a market economy, particularly in the Western world, right, what the government can do is kind of limited, right? So the governments typically require public procurement contractors, right, to take the lead, right, take the initiative in readjusting their supply chains, right, to make it more resilient, more safer, something like that. So the research question is, right, whether governments can utilize public procurement contracting to induce government contractors and subcontractors, contractors for the suppliers for the contractor to actively engage in global supply chain readjustment. So in these projects, actually, we look at the U.S. companies so far, right? So we have two parts. First, in the first part, we look at the ex-ante screening of contract granting. Specifically, we look at whether the U.S. companies with pre-existing Chinese suppliers or customers, that means pre-existing means in year 2017, before the trade war, whether this kind of U.S. companies is penalized by U.S. federal government in the likelihood, frequency, and the dollar volume of obtaining public procurement contracts. And the second part we are doing is to look at the exposed incentive of GSC restructuring. That means whether U.S. public contractor firms, after they receiving these kind of government procurement contracts, exhibit a more salient pattern of GSC restructuring, right? Especially in reducing their reliance on Chinese suppliers and increase reshoring. So we only talk about the first part and also briefly. So in the first part, we employ the conventional DID approach, right, to investigate whether the U.S. listed companies with Chinese suppliers or Chinese customers are disadvantaged in bidding for U.S. federal government procurement contracts. And we found that they did, right? These kind of pre-existing links, supply and customer links to China significantly diminish those U.S. companies' chances and dollar volume of their chances of obtaining and the dollar volume of their public procurement contracts. Okay. So the data, right, for the global supply chain data is from FactSet review. Government procurement data is from Panda Alpha, and we look at the list of companies, right? So the company level data is from the conventional data source, CompuStat Global. So the first part is a conventional DID analysis. The dependent variable is the number of contracts, government contracts, public procurement contracts, or the value of new contracts. And then we focus on whether there exists Chinese supplies in different tiers, right? The first tier means this is the supply, right? Directly sells its products to the U.S. company, right? Second tier supply means this company sells products to the first tier supply company for these U.S. listed company. And similarly, we look at whether in the customer chain, there exists Chinese customer companies, right, in different tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. And then, so we treat the top 3 tiers as quite close, right, quite relevant, right, or those companies having some deep connections with the Chinese corporate sector. And if a company has Chinese suppliers or customers in tier 4 or even high tiers, then the relationship is too remote, and we treat them as, for example, the control group. Okay, so the main results is here. So here, this is the number of new contracts. This is the value of new contracts. And here is indicators for the existence of Chinese supplies in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. And whether these Chinese supply existence makes some difference in the post-trade war period since 2018. And here we look at several indicators for the existence of Chinese customers for these US companies in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and whether they make something different in the post-trade war period. And the results looks quite nice. For example, here, tier 1 Chinese supply casts a more significant negative impact on the number of contracts, government contracts to be received by the US company. And the tier 1, the effect of tier 1 Chinese supplies is larger in magnitude. The negative effect is larger in magnitude than tier 2, that of tier 2. So and then if we look at the customer links, this is quite striking. It's even stronger, even more significant than the supply links. So maybe we are digging deeper. I mean, perhaps it's related to those sensitive or core sectors where the U.S. sector, I mean the U.S. government kind of would like to restrict, or even imposes some ban, something like that. And then, if we look at the value, very similar pattern. Now, the value, this is very important, very similar pattern. And the impact also descends in magnitude, in magnitude when the tier, the number of tiers ascends. So, and then we also look at the ongoing contracts. It means this is new contracts, and then we also look at the pre-existing ongoing contracts, and we also find some significant negative effects. That could mean there is widespread practice of project suspension, withdrawal, funding cut for contractor companies with China ties, China ties. So the restrictive policy on Chinese linkages bites not only on the awarding of new contracts, but also on the pre-existing contracts, And we also conducted some heterogeneity analysis, and then we found no notable difference in the effects between defense contract and the civilian contracts. Presumably, we assume that defense contracts would be more significantly affected, for common sense reasons. But that's not the case. So it's a kind of across the board, restrictive policy. Second, if we look at one bid scenario versus multiple bid scenario, or sole source scenario versus multiple source scenario, this is related to whether there are alternative supplies or
Doctor, unfortunately, we are running out of time.
Okay.
If you want to move to your recommendations or your
okay. So basically, our conclusion for this part is the desynthesization policy has been uniformly enforced across sectors and contracting types. Okay. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Ahmed Hisham Abbas, and I'll be presenting today about the remittance trade balance nexus in Egypt. Before I start, I'll explain the background of this study. In 2025, Egypt received $41 billion in remittances, more than tourism, more than Suez Canal. It is the single biggest source of foreign currency Egypt has. And yet, the trade deficit that same year was $48 billion. More money coming in, bigger deficit. I'll cover the research context, the theory behind why this happens, the method used, the results, and what policymakers should do about it. The dataset covers 2006 to 2025, 79 quarterly observations. During this period, Egypt went through 4 different exchange rate regimes and 3 IMF programs. Each one changed how remittances behave in the economy. The 3 events the study controls for are: in 2016, Egypt floated the pound. The rate went from 8.9 to over 17 per dollar overnight. And in 2022 and 2023, Egyptians abroad stopped sending money through banks because the parallel market was offering 50% more. Formal remittances dropped 38%. Then in March 2024, the IMF deal unified the exchange rates, and money came back through official channels. So across all of this, different exchange rates, different IMF conditions, good years and bad years, the trade deficit never really improved. There are 3 economic theories that explain what is happening. First, which is the Marshall, Lerner, and J curve, states that when Egypt devalues the pound, you would normally expect imports to fall because they become more expensive. But Egyptians still need to import wheat, fuel, and medicine. There are no local alternatives for these productions. So devaluation actually increases the import bill. Second is the Dutch disease. When a country receives a large amount of foreign currency, it tends to crowd out local production. Egypt had 3 devaluations and the deficit stayed. That tells that the problem is more of an economic structural issue. Third is the boomerang effect, which is the main theory of this paper. When remittance money goes straight to buying imported goods instead of being saved or invested locally, the trade balance gets worse. In Egypt, private credit as a share of GDP fell from 49% in 2006 to just 28% in 2024. The banking system was not absorbing the money. The government was crowding it out from its own borrowing. From these 3 ideas, the study includes 3 hypotheses. Remittances worsen the trade balance. A better financial system reduces the damage. And surges hurt more than contractions help. Regarding to the data and variable construction, the study expresses both trade balance and remittances as a percentage of GDP. The key methodological choice is splitting remittances into 2 series. As you can see here, there's remittances in positive and remittances in negative. This allows the study to test whether surges and contractions affect the trade balance differently or not. The study also includes an interaction variable, which is remittances multiplied by financial development, which, as we said before, which is the credit to private sector, to directly test whether a deeper banking sector reduces the damage. And of course, we also have the exchange rate. This is the model specification. The paper uses nonlinear autoregressive distributed lag because a standard model would assume that rising and falling remittances have the same equal and opposite effect. However, in this paper, as I said before, we are using remittances positive and remittances negative, not just one variable for remittances. This is the stationary test. All variables are I1, and the bound tests confirm that co-integration at 1% level. This is the main result, which is the long-run result. At the first row, we have the remittances surges. The coefficient is -3. So what does that mean? Every 1% point increase in remittances as a share of GDP results in an 3.2% worsening of the trade balance. So the reason is that Egyptian households spend a big share of remittance money on imported goods, such as electronics, cars, appliances, and things we do not produce competitively at home. And the exchange rate, we can see here that it is positive. This means that when the pound weakens, the trade balance actually gets worse, which violates the theory of the J curve. Finally, we have the error correction term, which is negative 0.77. This means that 77% of any shock is absorbed within 1 quarter. The economy adjusts very fast because remittance money becomes import demand and almost immediately. Regarding to the short-run dynamics, it is somehow the same idea. Remittance surges immediately worsen the trade balance, and financial development does help moderate in the short term. However, it didn't have an effect in the long term. A 1% surge worsens the trade balance by 3.2 points. However, a 1% contraction only improves it by 2.6 points. Every time Egypt goes through a remittance boom and bust, the trade balance ends up slightly worse than before. Regarding to the residuals and the diagnostic tests, all diagnostic tests pass. No serial correlation, no heteroscedasticity, normal residuals, and the model parameters are stable across the entire 20-year sample. So the results are robust. What the results show is that Egypt is stuck in what we call a dual lever trap. The two tools we usually rely on to fix the trade balance is getting more remittances and devaluating the pound. Both make the trade balance worse in the short to medium term. More remittances increase imports. Devaluation raises the import bill without boosting exports enough. This is not a policy failure, but it is a structural problem. There are two things that need to change. First is giving households better financial options, saving certificates, mobile banking, and access to bonds. When remittance money goes into a bank or a savings product instead of straight to imported goods, the boomerang effect weakens. Second is that during remittance booms, we can use tools to slow down the import surge. And finally, invest in digital payment infrastructure, such as InstaPay, mobile wallets, and fintech. In 2022 and 23, 38% of remittances went through informal channels because the official rate was unfair. If you can make the formal system faster and cheaper, more money flows through banks. And that money becomes easier to redirect through financial products instead of imports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yeah, so this is my topic, and issues surrounding data centers in Ghana, implication for data warehousing, enterprise analytics. So the background of the study looks at data centers as the backbone of the digital economy, enabling both cloud services, enterprise systems, and analytics, which are located in Ghana. Ghana has a hybrid system of data system that is dominated by issues of security and privacy, but there is also the challenge of poor quality data and fragmented database, and the issues about cost and limited skilled workers who can effectively determine these things. And there's generally a weak data governance, lack of comprehensive national strategy, and infrastructural gaps, and issues about trust. So this study looks at the challenges and highlights the need for investment in this area in the ecosystem of data centers. So the literature that was looked at was in relation to the topic and the major constructs that were identified. the data centers, the challenge, the AI governance and data policy gaps in Africa, and the infrastructure and the environmental constraints. The theory behind this study is the theory of technology, organization, and environment. That is the framework. And this framework looks at three important things to be able to adapt technological innovation. One of the factors is technological resource, which has got to do with infrastructure and systems. The second one is organizational capacity, which deals with skill set, finance, and readiness. And the third factor is the environmental conditions, that deals with regulation and market forces. So from the theory, if you look at the left side of the conceptual framework, it deals with the theory. And from that, I am looking at how this can probably influence the data center ecosystem so that the data warehouses can be created and the businesses or enterprise can benefit from the analytics, because the data that sits there, the essence of it is that enterprises can benefit from doing analytics on this big data. So the method that was used was qualitative, looking at case study approach to examine these data centers in Ghana and the impact of the warehouse and enterprise analytics. Data was collected through structured interview, questionnaire, and document review, and also a panel discussion with stakeholders. Altogether, 20 participants were involved. They included those who are coming from the regulators, the operators of the data center themselves, utility providers, academics, and this purposive sampling was used. The approach that I used was to do a thematic analysis of the responses that were collected. Now, this is a map of data centers in Ghana. And interestingly, if you can see what is on the screen, you see that there are 8 data centers, and all these data centers are in one region of Ghana, which is very, very interesting. All these data centers are clustered in only one region, and there are 16 regions in Ghana. And all these ones are clustered within just one region of Ghana. So now I looked at the results and the discussions. Now, interviewing and dealing with all the stakeholders, one of the things that I find out is that there is fragmentation in the regulation and there is weak institutional coordination. Probably that is what is accounting for all the data centers being built within one area, because if you have a concentration of data centers in one specific area, then you're going to have issues with electricity interruptions, because these data centers are consuming quite huge number of electricity. And there is also weak overlap of responsibility, and the enforcement is also a problem. And it is because there's no national data strategy in relation to these data centers and the way they have been built. Because in the advent of AI, you can understand that they are going to be depending so much on the energy, and it's going to, no wonder in that part of Ghana, that is where we have a lot of electricity interruptions as far as these, the interruptions are concerned, because almost all these data centers are concentrated in one region. So it shows a weak governance. There is also the second theme, which is infrastructure limitation and technical constraint. The study identified the high cost of energy and also unstable energy. And there is issue of fiber connectivity, which is acting as a barrier for these data centers within the space. And those that were involved in the study talked about the high operational cost, and which also affects reliability. And they also talk about the environmental conditions, because most of these data centers are on the national grid. No solar, no wind energy. It is only on the national grid. And there are issues about cooling, latency issues, and limited real-time analytics, and large-scale data processing capabilities. The third is financial constraints and investment gap. Probably because of the high initial cost of setting up these data centers, the people find it very difficult to, as it were, set it up and also to expand. And because of that, businesses are not benefiting from the strong analytics. So most of the businesses are getting their data centers on the cloud, and it is not localized within the Ghanaian context. We also show that government initiatives are not adequate to provide support for those who want to invest in these data centers. So people rely heavily on the cloud, foreign cloud providers. And the other thing is skill shortage and capacity gaps. The finding revealed that the skills that are needed within the sub-Saharan Africa, especially in Ghana, to be able to deal with data mining, engineering, and cybersecurity, cloud computing, and AI technology does not fully exist. It is patchy, and because of that, these gaps are not helping the data centers realize their full potential. And there's also, limited staffing, and it's also affecting the usability of this transformational digital transformation. There's also the need for stronger technical education and industry collaboration to be able to improve the workforce capability, because human resource is the most important resource in this service. The last but not the least is policy gaps and strategic implication. And from the discussion, these experts believe that there has to be a coordinated national data transformation strategy that integrates infrastructure development, governance, human capacity building, and being able to deal with the policy gaps that affect AI. It is important that data governance systems are improved so that the regulation can help the investment, so that people can put in their monies, and so that interoperability that is weak can be able to be realized. In conclusion, there are some data centers and data warehouse, but companies or enterprises are not getting the benefit of this data housing because of the limitations that have been established. Gradually, they are increasing, but it is not doing very well. This study is limited because of the financial constraints and the human constraints that is associated with it, because we do not have the people to even deal with. So in the future, I hope that I can do a qualitative study that I would send questionnaires and be able to help and get a lot of feedback to establish that which has been found out. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, dear. This is Noah Hassan, Associate Professor of Management and Entrepreneurship, New Giza University, and my dear colleague Kalsoum Al-Sayed, Assistant Professor of Political Science, FUE. And today we will talk about the health diplomacy in the age of localization, and especially related to the export and manufacturing, and the design of our paper related to the systematic review of strategies and the main challenges of global health. So the structure of this presentation will be as follows, starting from the background and rationale of health diplomacy, and then we will move to theoretical framework, then methodology, findings, tensions, and trade-offs, and finally with the design and the conclusion. So let me start firstly by talking about the background. If you're talking about health diplomacy, so we are talking about the merge of health diplomacy as a central mechanism for advancing global health objectives. And if you're talking about the health diplomacy, we are talking about the intersection between the public health and international relations. And if you're talking about the health diplomacy in Egypt, actually during the pandemic situation of COVID-19, it became a very important topic to talk about it, about the tensions of using the nationalism strategy for the vaccines, and at the same time to talk about the global equity. One of the things which is related to our topic, the point of localization, tension and the strategies of how to shift the authority to nationalize or at least to subnational certain entities and certain commodities. And at the same time, inside the background and the rationale, we are talking about the main aspects in terms of export-oriented manufacturing, which is related to the supply chains, such as in terms of India, China, and Vietnam. And at the same time, we were focusing on the different negotiations and different strategies that got adopted by different entities and countries. At the same time, we had a coverage related to the equity implications in terms of the IP rights and technology transfer, and at the same time, the access and availability of medicines. Okay, so according to the general introduction and the background related to this topic, actually we adopted the following research questions. Moving from the first one, which strategies, specifically with certain 4-actor roles that we will talk about them later, to support or constrain the global health equity outcomes? Moving to the second one, which is in what contexts are those strategies most likely to be effectively implemented? And finally, how do localization and export-oriented manufacturing shape contemporary health diplomatic engagement? Okay, so if you're talking about the GVC or the global value chain, actually we focused on 4 state roles in this section, starting firstly by the facilitator, which has a crucial impact and crucial role in order to support the health participation in the global networks, either via incentives, traits, or infrastructure. Another scale or another role, which is related to the producer or the manufacturer, which is related to the engagement in the domestic health commodity production for domestic use or export. And third one, which is related to the regulator, which imposes the health standards in terms of emergency response frameworks and pharmaceutical governance. And finally, the aid or the soft power actor, as we mentioned, which is related to the projects and the main programs of health that could influence through development assistance or medical missions, and also the capacity building. In this study, actually, we used the model of Prisma, and we followed the following steps in terms of the database and the search for acquiring our findings and to get the insights of the systematic review. And so this is the model. I just say it in brief to save time. So we focused on the Scopus database search in order to find out the main records or the main identified records from the Scopus database based on certain narratives or certain search engines, which is related to certain topics in terms of the policy, governance, and the international relations. And if you're talking about the main articles that after filtering the articles, we got 23 articles which are eligible for our study, and 13 articles included in terms of qualitative lenses. Okay. So moving to section 4, which is related to the findings overview, actually, we categorized the findings into 4 clusters: the state as a facilitator, and the state as producer and regulator, and a soft power actor. If you're talking about the first state or the first finding in terms of the facilitator, so we found that in terms of vaccine and treaty-based diplomacy, we found that the vaccine diplomacy production or the distribution capacity used a geopolitical instrument, and specifically in COVID-19 restructured into the multilateral power in order to have the more expansion or more coverage for more areas. And moving to the second strategy in the vaccine, which is related to the bilateral health treats. And it's like a bridging between the specialist service gaps via agreements And one of the most common agreements that we found, like Cuba and China and some of the NGOs on the international level that are related to the bilateral health treaties. And also, if you're talking about export-oriented manufacturing as diplomacy, we also found certain things in terms of the mission and in terms of the pharmaceutical exports for the humanitarian and geopolitical hybrid strategy, and also the regulatory harmonization gaps remain. And if you're talking about the mid-income country navigation, we found that Egypt illustrates how stages align health diplomacy with foreign policy in order to secure national interests while contributing to regional stability. Okay. Moving to the regulator, we are talking about the WHO governance deficits in terms of the unclear organizational purpose in terms of diamond legitimacy, and also unequal influence of member states and weak accountability mechanisms. But if you're talking about the main things that we were focusing on that thing, especially in the pandemic situation, we found that in the pandemic situation, they proposed many reforms in order to overcome the gaps and the drawbacks of that related to the governance and the rules and the regulations in terms of the importing the health treats and over others. And also, if you're talking about another point which is very crucial in terms of the equity and the migration health equity, and what are the governance structure or the SOP for the rights of non-citizens in order to be a part of the migration governance interests in Europe, and the priority to give them to that. And also, if you're talking about the state as a producer, we are talking about the localization and export-oriented manufacturing, which is a very important thing in order to localize the vaccines or the remedies for certain countries. And we found that many studies related to India and related to China, they got a certain model related to how to go from localization and how to expand the percentage of export-oriented in terms of domestic regulatory capacity, and at the same time in terms of manufacturing infrastructure. And also, if you are talking about that, it's very critical insight related to the export-driven production can reproduce a dependency rather than genuine local capacity and technology transfer that could include knowledge and infrastructure, plus proper governance and regulatory system for these countries.
Dr. Noha, unfortunately, you are running out of time.
Okay,
if
sorry.
you want to wrap something, yes?
Yeah, okay. So, and the final thing, which is related to the soft power, by having different initiatives and different agreements in order to support in that matter, okay, in terms of the HIV prevention diplomacy, brain health diplomacy, and the COVID-19 mental health. And now I leave the floor to my colleague for the coming part.
Thank you, Dr. Noha. I will go 1 minute. I am very sorry, but you have only 1 minute.
Sure. This section is talking about the trade-offs or the decisions that the state have to take to balance between the competing interests, between the national interest and having a say or having a position in the global arena. So the first decision is about the state strategic interest versus the global equity. The second one is about having a short-term gain from the diplomacy versus long-term capacity. The third one is about the trade-offs of the decision of having manufacturing diplomacy versus equitable access to medicines and pharmaceuticals. The fourth and final one is about the multilateral power asymmetries. It have different dimension in order to take the right decision between the competing interests. Next, please. Next, Dr. Noha.
Thank you, Dr. Kalsoom. Thank you, Dr. Noha.
Let me start with the questions first that we can say. Can wealthy countries, wealthy nations like GCC countries, these rich oil countries can already buy knowledge-based economy? And why now? the focus on diversification. So this is the main questions of my research. Is the nexus between knowledge-based economies and economic diversification. And this is before the Iranian war, of course. Now, there is a lot of attention for this, what is economic diversification? And why now, especially now? Since 2014, the collapse of oil prices, it became a threat, it became a challenge for GCC countries that they are obliged to or forced to shift all of their attention from oil dependency to economic diversification. But to go through this process, what they are in need, they have the capabilities, they have all the pillars of that, they have the knowledge, the education, the innovation, all of this, because this is an inevitable road they must be crossing. Okay, this is the outline. So let me first share. Okay, the threat comes from the drop in the oil prices. And you can see on the left, okay, this is the projected, and this is before the Iranian war. Okay, this is the collapse of oil prices at 10%. Just 10% oil prices drop will reduce the regional of GDP by 0.6%. Okay, and can cause a fiscal deficit with 1 point. All of the budget in GCC is about 70. They are suffering already from deficit in this balance. No, I'm sorry, from this budget, for this budget. Okay, because they are calculated about $70 per crude oil, per barrel. So now they are facing more problems. On the right side, we can see this is the average of economic diversification for the developing countries, which will be clear in the next. Okay, so here we can say economic diversification index, and this is the inverse of concentration index. So this is for developing economies. Okay, this is 0.68 just. While we are seeing here, the 6 countries, you're already high concentrated, even from starting from 2000 to 2024. Especially for Kuwait, yes, we can share a lot of progress, achievements, especially for Emirates. This is a successful story and the running horse toward this economic diversification, but still lagging behind the economic benchmark for economic diversification, especially when you compare it with other development economies here. Okay, so let us see. First of all, they are lagging behind. They have a problem. Yes, we have to admit they already had achieved a progress toward this non-oil dependency sectors, because now they are facing what you call renewable energy, green economy. They have to move fast with this climate change problems, the Paris Agreement 2015. So they're really having a problem here, especially by 2030. And that's why they are updated. All of the 6 countries updated the vision of 2030, just to be updated with the climate change new rules. If we are looking at the dependency in oil, we can see them here. You can see Saudi Arabia, 70% of the merchandise trade from fuel. Emirates, 73, Bahrain, 43, Oman, 74, and Kuwait, 96%. This is a very large number. Okay, if you can find 96 of Kuwait as a percentage, fuel export as a percentage of merchandise trade is 96. This is oil dependency, a very high. When they are exporting, you can feel the red bar. They are exporting a raw material. Most of the countries, since starting from 2012 till 2023, all of them, they are exporting raw material. So it's not easy to shift to economic diversification. Okay, they need a lot of work to do it, but what they really need, okay? The theoretical foundation, we all know. If you would like to have a knowledge-based economy and economic diversification, you have the theory of endogenous growth, of course. Agion, the one who won Nobel Prize lately, Roma 1990, how the indigenous growth and how the rule of human capital accumulation and innovation, human capital theory of Baker, institution equality, Asmigello and Robinson, and how to be not extractive institution, inclusive institution. But this is already country we will find out. And of course, if you're doing about knowledge-based economy, you have investment in knowledge, in education, the mean years of schooling, the quality of governance, and the oil rent, of course. Can they sacrifice with all of this money and oil rents and oil dependency? Okay, just to go to knowledge-based and have economic diversification. So the model here is the panel ARDL. The dependent variable is economic diversification, the independent investment in knowledge, and other control variables like oil rent as a percentage of GDP. the mean years of schooling as a proxy of human capital, and of course, the number of patent applicants per capita. And finally, what about governance? Okay, so I use the banner ERDL, okay, for short term. I won't go through that, okay? It's 24 years, okay? And we have error correction 24 years and 6 countries. No. Okay. Okay. First, as investment in capital to knowledge is okay. This is a negative contribution. Means it's very good. This is the direction of possibility because this is the inverse of economic diversification. I will say it again. So you mean you invest in capital. This means a less concentration and more economic diversification. Okay, but it's not statistically significant, which is surprising and striking. Also for governance, I'm sure most of us know that governance, especially in Arab countries or many regions, is insignificant for short and term. Maybe I know, maybe this is because of dynamics, the rules of our region, or it takes time, the institutional improvement in the region. And you can find this is easy because the governance indicators, the 6 indicators for Arab countries, it's all by minus. It's all by minus. Okay, but this means it takes time, but we hopefully, even in short or long time. Of course, mean years of school, this is the only significant variable in the long run, which means you need to have educated people. If you need knowledge-based economy, this is the only driver, the main pillar of economic diversification. And the only variables that data revealed that is significant variable for us. Oil rent is a barrier, of course. This is a barrier because of resource curves, because decreases concentrations, but with still, like I said, most of them already oil-dependent countries. The patent is positive, of course, innovation, but it's very hard to find about GCC countries R&D. It's very, well, you can say, a decline as a percentage of GDP, how you spend on R&D. And you know, most of them, they don't have a data about R&D. That's why, because they already have immigrants, so they don't do R&D research, they export it. Even in short time, we have capital, all of them, okay, we have capital, this is positive impact too, this is consistent with the theory, is consistent with other work, oil dependency too, short lesson, governance is very weak because we have already weak institutions and governance. The patent is consistent with delay nature because it takes time to have the impact of them. Only human capital will have a positive impact. Okay. Let me conclude, but before I conclude, I have 2 shocking numbers about GCC countries. According to Human Capital Index for GCC countries, a child is born recently in these years from GCC countries is losing about 65 of his or her potential productivity. This is number 1, Human Capital Index. And number 2, all of 6 countries, their number in TIMS, below the average score, below 500. This means you have to reform, another reform education. So my questions in the beginning was about, can money buy knowledge-based economy? Especially they are wealth. They are very high in per capita income. But all about knowledge, education. The only variables, the data revealed that human capital is the dominant in the long run. The mean years of schooling. This is the only statistical variable in the long run. Confirming this is accumulation of education. But what kind of education? If they are moving toward this economic diversification, they have to shift to focus the quality of this education. Because according to TIMS, no, they below the average. So they cannot bridge the gap and jump shifting to economic diversification without innovation. Number 1, without patent, without translating this education to real tangible outcomes. We can say the knowledge capital accumulation, governance quality, it takes time, but they need to reform in short lesson. And oil dependency. If they would like to have shifting from oil dependency, you have to know new renewable energy, less dependency in oil. They have to shift the structure of the revenues of them, build innovation ecosystem, and strengthen intellectual property. So for my questions, can they buy knowledge economy? Yes, they can buy with a structural reform, with taking education quality into consideration, not just dependence on the immigrants because exporting knowledge. No, they cannot do this recently, especially with the recent current what you call it, events about the war and Iranian, I think they exposed how fragile and it's not easy to move economic diversification. So again, my conclusion that human capital is the dominant in short and long run variable, and they have to shift from oil dependency. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Dr. Mariam Gul, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Sciences, Lahore College for Women, University, Lahore, Pakistan. I am going to present our research article, that is credibility of influencer and brand loyalty, the mediating moderating model in International Conference on Reshaping Sustainable Future in the Intelligent Era 2026. I'm going to start my presentation with an introduction that the range of social media services has widened considerably over the few years, and it has changed from a conventional to a dynamic platform for consumer communication. In this regard, influencer marketing is ever more becoming an important strategic tool for marketers to enhance consumer attitudes and influence their behavior towards brand. We have used two theories, that is resource credibility theory, which says that trustworthiness sources influence attitude, whereas our second theory is the stimulus organism response, in which the stimulus, that is the influencer, enhance perception, that is brand image, which result in response, that is loyalty. We have four variables. Influencer credibility is our independent variable, which enhance the expertise and attractiveness that increase persuasion and effectiveness. We have our dependent variable, that is brand loyalty, which reflects long-term consumer commitment. And we have brand image, that is our mediator variable, which means cognitive and emotional perception that translate marketing efforts into loyalty. And we have our moderating variable, that is consumer engagement, which reflect consumer cognitive, emotional, and behavior involvement with influencer contact. We have made four research objectives. We want to examine the influence of influencer credibility on brand loyalty. We are going to analyze the effect of influencer credibility on brand image. We are going to analyze the brand image as a mediator between influencer credibility and brand loyalty, and we have tested the moderating role of consumer engagement in influencing marketing outcomes. This is our schematic and diagram and theoretical framework that influencer credibility enhance brand loyalty through the mediating role of brand image and moderating role of consumer engagement. We have made these 5 hypotheses. Our hypothesis 1 says that influencer credibility has a positive influence on brand loyalty. Our hypothesis 2 says that influencer credibility is positively related to brand image. Our hypothesis 3 is brand image has a positive effect on brand loyalty. Our hypothesis 4 is influencer credibility is mediating by brand image with brand loyalty. And H5 says that consumer engagement moderates the relationship between influencer credibility and brand loyalty. As far as research methodology is concerned, we have followed a quantitative research design under the positive paradigm to test the proposed hypothesis. We have used a cross-sectional survey to collect data at a single point of time. We have gathered information through a structured online questionnaire that is appropriate for social media research. Our sample is comprises of social media users whose ages are 18 plus in Pakistan. We have selected them through a convenience sampling, and our respondents were required to follow at least one social media influencer. Data were collected using a structured online questionnaire. Our questionnaire was distributed through Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp groups. We have gathered online surveys to reach the active social media consumer, and we have an active sample size of valid responses of 120, and we have and the participation in this survey was voluntary and anonymous. As far as data analysis is concerned, we have done the reliability analysis conducted through Proban Alpha. We have done the descriptive statistics and correlation analysis. We have employed the regression analysis conducted through using Process Macro Model 7. This is the schematic diagram of reliability statistics of study construct, and these are the values and the number of items. We have gathered demographic information from our respondents. We have gathered their age information, their gender information, their educational level, their current status of employment, their field of study, that is their profession, their average daytime they spend on social media, their primary social media platform they used, the type of influencer mostly they followed, and what they have purchased product based on influencer recommendations. This is Pearson correlation matrix of our study variables, and these are the hypothesis testing results that we have been employed through regression model 7. I can explain you in my next slide. Our hypothesis 1 says that influencer credibility have a positive impact on brand loyalty. The direct relationship has been rejected, which means credibility does not directly increase loyalty. Our hypothesis 2 says that influencer credibility has a positive impact of brand image that has been accepted, mean credibility strongly improve brand image. Our hypothesis 3 says that brand image has a positive impact of brand loyalty. It has also been accepted, means brand image strongly drive loyalty. Our hypothesis says that brand image has a mediating role between influencer credibility and brand loyalty. It has also been accepted, which means credibility does boost loyalty, but only through brand image. This is the full mediation that have been covered. Our hypothesis 5 says that consumer engagement moderate the relationship between influencer credibility and brand loyalty, which has been rejected, mean engagement level does not change the indirect effect. So there is no direct effect, means just having a credible influencer won't make people loyal. We have a full mediation, means credibility works by first improving brand image, and brand image then drives loyalty. Both paths are highly significant. Our moderation fails, means that consumer engagement does not strengthen or weaken this process. The indirect effect is consistent whether the consumer engagement is low, medium, or high. So the implication is that don't just we have to hire credible influencer and expect loyalty, but we have to focus on how they can build brand image first. Engagement does not change the game, so we don't need to chase highly engaged audience specifically. This is the conclusion and limitation of our study. We have concluded that influencer credibility indirectly builds loyalty, and our brand image is the key mechanism in all our in our research. Moreover, consumer engagement play a very supporting role in this research. So we have some few future direction as well. We wanted to have to work on longitudinal study in future for more reliable findings, and larger we can opt for larger and diverse sample that can be more reliable. We could have also some additional variables, that is trust, emotional attachments, and other variables to check the relationship between these variables. And we have few limitation as well, because we have work on a single point of time, that is cross-sectional design, that limits our causal interpretation. We have a sample size of 120 responses, which limits our generalizability. And because we have been collecting data through questionnaires, so we have self-reported data, so this may involve response biasness. So thank you so much for our presentation. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, distinguished professors, respected colleagues. It's a pleasure and honor to have the opportunity to present my research in this international conference. I'd like to thank the organizers for this esteemed effort. Today I'll be presenting on artificial intelligence and digital transformation as drivers of sustainable development and empirical analysis of emerging economies, where I will discuss the main objectives, methodology, findings, and recommendations of the study. I hope this presentation will contribute to the ongoing discussion in this field, and I look forward to your valuable feedback and questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you for your attention, and let us begin. AI has the potential to ultimately accelerate the progress towards sustainable development goals. Actually, the 17 SDGs are not in isolation, but are highly interconnected, where progress in one goal can significantly influence the achievement of others. However, the rapid technological developments bring multiple challenges that have to be addressed through policy debates and regulatory frameworks. AI, as measured by AI Preparedness Index, is used to assess the capacity of a country to adopt and implement AI technology. AI Preparedness Index, which is used in this research, covers the country's digital infrastructure, human capital, and innovation. Meanwhile, Digital Transformation Index measures the country's progress in adopting digital technology and transforming its operations. As we previously mentioned that the 17 SDGs are not in isolation, but rather are interconnected. In this context, accelerating sustainable development by improving productivity, optimizing resource allocation, and enabling innovative solutions to complex global challenges. So, as we can see, the key contributions of AI to the global economy include boosting GDP growth, as we can see in the following figure. This figure illustrates projected and estimated AI contribution to global GDP, reaching to 14% by 2030. This upward trend shows how AI is becoming the core driver of economic growth and productivity. Also, we are talking about expanding global trade. The World Trade Organization, WTO, estimates that AI technologies could increase trade in goods and services by up to 40% by 2040. So the study highlights that emerging, let me take it full screen. The study highlights that emerging and developing economies are experiencing structural slowdown in growth rates, projected to average 4.1% annually from 2020 to 2029, down from 5.3 during 2010 to 2019, according to the World Bank report 2025. This decline is attributed to factors such as reduced labor supply and weak capital accumulation, slow digital transformation, and also lingering COVID-19 effects and environmental challenges. To address these challenges, a supply-side reform system is essential to enable market efficiency and foster investment in human capital and digital transformation. The background of the study emphasized the role of technological innovation and human capital, grounded in endogenous growth theory, in integrating sustainable development dimensions. The study further adopts digital transformation theory and institutional theory to explain how digital technologies influence sustainable development outcomes across emerging economies. And as we can see in the following map picture, these are the 25, these are the list of the 25 countries that are used in this research. The literature examines the relation between economic activity and sustainable development and the mitigating roles of technology and institutions. However, the literature is fragmented, lacking a comprehensive framework that integrates these technologies with sustainable development dimensions in emerging economies, which this study aims to address. The research gap is as follows: limited integration of AI and digital transformation in sustainability studies. Most studies focus on environmental dimension only, and the lack of comprehensive multidimensional framework. The contribution of the study is that it integrates the 4 dimensions of sustainable development: economic, social, environmental, and institutional. It integrates AI, artificial intelligence, digital transformation, and governance. And also it focuses on emerging economies with recent data. It examines the integration between AI and digital transformation in facilitating the UN SDGs within emerging economies. As we can see, the model specification, it consists of the dependent variable, which is Sustainable Development Index, and the independent variables, which we add the dimensions of SDG as control variables, and also we add the trade openness to indicate how open or integrated a country is into the global economy. The following are the diagnostic tests conducted for model robustness check. The finding, as we can see, that AI index and digital transformation index show statistical divergence, suggesting that the initial stages of digital expansion may require infrastructure-heavy costs that temporarily offset sustainable gains, as we are speaking or talking about emerging countries. This finding is consistent with recent evidence suggesting that digital technologies require complementary conditions such as governance and energy transition to produce measurable sustainability gains. And the discussion that AI alone is insufficient without digital infrastructure. Digital transformation acts as an enabler, not just an independent driver. Results align with a recent digital economy literature and the governance, quality, influence, effectiveness. The recommendations of the study, which is the final part, is that the finding highlights the need for policy framework that prioritize AI sovereign capabilities that can be achieved through the following: implement a priority-based digital transformation strategy through prioritizing high-impact sectors, upgrading existing infrastructure tailored to national requirements through granting reliable access to electricity, internet connectivity, and data systems, develop initial data governance framework before scaling AI solution, support small and medium enterprises as drivers of digital adoption through financial incentives, and finally maximize cooperation of international partnerships. And thank you.
Actually, in this paper, my co-author is Dr. Ghada Rifat as well. We come from the background of technology, and we want to see the effect of technology on business process outsourcing, the new wave, how it will look like. Because we are used to see our business process outsourcing domain in Egypt in the call centers, and we want to see how the call centers will operate in the new era. Okay, so this is actually was our major interest once we started thinking about the paper. The paper, we are using a clustering technique. Clustering is about taking the groups, the themes together. For example, if we go for a bunch of research papers, and we would like to cluster or get the themes together that have similarities, and we are using in this case word embeddings, natural language processing techniques with the word embeddings aspect, and we are using the k-means clustering technique. It is known in the unsupervised learning in machine learning. And we hope to give practical strategic implications after doing this clustering technique. So our main question was, we would like to identify recurring themes in this domain through the systematic literature review, okay? Why? Because the researchers, when they are contributing to the domain, they are really facing a problem, and they are facing a certain aspect. So when we collect all these aspects together and then do the clustering, we can get the recurring themes. And then from these themes, we can conclude what will the future look like and what are the major concerns. We did the literature review because the domain is a little bit nascent and new. We found 21 research papers. It started from 2019 till 2026. We have excluded the papers that are concerned with technical aspects of business outsourcing, like, for example, technical terms, technical infrastructure, and so on. And we only just concentrated on the business aspects, the adoption, the performance, drawbacks, implementation issues, and so on. And then we applied the technique I have just mentioned about the unsupervised clustering with the word embeddings. The results were as follows. AI in small and medium-sized enterprises took the largest score. And then came afterwards AI outsourcing models, generative AI revolutionizing operations and workforce, crowdsourcing as a useful tool. Now, crowdsourcing very useful after having the AI era. Impact of AI on job loss. There was a lot of concern about that, and we will tell you the findings about that. Feasibility of impact sourcing, in-house versus getting the infrastructure ready, and how to develop competencies for future professions. So these were the clusters, the themes that took, they were similar and grouped together. And surprisingly, the largest score was for SMEs, which is very important to look at, because outsourcing always is related with small and medium-sized enterprises. So our major concern needs to concentrate on the capacity, the capabilities, how to improve them, how to make them adapt to the new models. SMEs in small and medium-sized enterprises, they had these issues. Where is the presentation? I'm sorry. Is it okay right now?
Yes, we can see the presentation, don't worry.
Okay. Because I don't see it. Actually, I really don't know.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it okay? You are seeing the presentation?
Yes.
So I'll make another thing. I'll stop sharing and then I'll get it again, because really I can see. Yes.
Okay.
I have yes. There was something wrong with my. Okay. Challenges with small and medium-sized enterprises were financial issues, technical issues, data infrastructure barriers, adoption models, awareness raising, how to change from the old model to the new model, new outsourcing techniques and models, like are they going to make in-house development or get it from the cloud? And when they take it as a service from the cloud, is it subscription-based or result-based? Depends on what they are going to use. And definitely the government support is important with regulations to make the governance for privacy and security issues. AI outsourcing models and generative AI were also came as an important cluster. And there was always a focus on shifting to results-based payment methods rather than subscription-based. How a generative AI is improving the productivity and innovation, and how it is really important, not a drawback. No, it is a benefit and it is an opportunity. And the literature was very concerned about the interplay between human and AI, because AI now is the assistant, the assistant, the co-worker with the human, and how the human can take advantage of this, and how can the human monitor and try to validate what's getting out of the AI assistant. There is workforce transformations and getting new jobs like AI specialists, cybersecurity experts, data annotation, data creations. So new jobs will come up. There was a research also about impact sourcing, how to take the responsibility and of disadvantaged individuals, and how to help them in the outsourcing area. And this is the social responsibility part. But the research concluded that the competitive advantage and making profit always works against the impact sourcing strategies. The literature was concluding that crowdsourcing is very important in the era of AI and business process outsourcing, because crowdsourcing means I have a pool of expertise outside my company. And through this pool and through having subcontracting with them, I can perform better because I take advantage of different people, not just the people I have hired. So the conclusion is that now the AI assistant is definitely important. And we have to take advantage of this because it improves productivity and innovation. Ethical and regulatory frameworks are important to govern AI collaboration with the human and how to validate the results. Cybersecurity and resilience is very important as well in the new era when we talk about business process outsourcing with AI, workforce transformation to domains like data annotation, data creation, AI model testing. Not just call centers having AI as assisting and trying to help them in solving the problem. No, business process outsourcing will have other models as well. And at the end is the business process outsourcing AI tech stack, because the infrastructure is important as well, having the interplay of big data, cloud computing, and AI infrastructure, very important to make it happen. I'm done. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here, and thank you for this great opportunity participating in this important conference on reshaping the sustainable future on the artificial intelligence era. My paper is, I'm still in the very first draft, so I keep changing and adjusting the title and the stuff, the content as well. So far, I'm having this title, which is algorithmic statehood and the reconfiguration of territoriality in the age of AI. So I'm trying to examine how the AI is actually transforming the spatial foundation of sovereignty in the modern state. So this modern state that we are experiencing in the current international system is actually back to the traditional system that has been founded by the Westphalia, Peace of Westphalia in the mid-17th century. And according to this traditional concept, traditional yet still valid until today, of course, the sovereignty equals territory. So there are boundaries where the state is controlling the if the state is in control, it means that the whole inside borders are also in control. So this is the very traditional concept or explanation of the state. But looking at the AI, and actually not the AI itself, but I would say that the AI is just one of the latest links in a very long chain, an older chain. For example, when the internet and all those stuff, you would see how data and information is freely traveling from a state to another without a control from the sovereign state. So the AI is coming to accumulate on those all developments actually. It doesn't mean that the AI has been making the sovereignty disappear, but from my point of view, it sounds that AI does not really respect borders. And when I say borders, I'm talking about the tangible political borders that we see on the map. How, as simple as that, we would see that it runs on data, platforms, infrastructure that actually operate globally. Maybe we are in the Mediterranean, we have already the internet cables that serves a wider region. So it doesn't actually exclusively serve the region within, you can see the question I'm trying to raise, and I'm not so sure whether I will have an answer or not, that what happens to sovereignty when power starts operating outside the territorial boundaries? And the argument here is that the AI actually doesn't just challenge territory, but it actually reorganizes it. So territory is still important. Territory still, of course, can be seen. Sovereignty, same thing. But the way you will be going to define or organize it might be in a change, and the cause will be the only cause may be the AI. Historically speaking, as I mentioned, the state was grounded in the model of territorial sovereignty. So this is exactly how the state and why they have been going into war. They have been going into wars to bringing back their own territory that have been losing their sovereignty upon. And this is the idea that has been established, as I mentioned, by Peace of Westphalia. Today, it sounds to be a little bit different. Are you following?
Excuse me, Dr. Nelly. We still can see only the cover slide.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, I just
okay.
Yes, okay. Excellent. This is the second slide.
The second one? Okay, but I've been following my voice, I mean my presentation, right? Okay.
Yes, of course. Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, great. Okay, so I just mentioned my argument is that AI doesn't simply operate within the space, but it actively reorganize so many things, including the concepts of authority, the sovereignty of the state. And that will bring us to my key idea, or one of the key ideas, which is the theoretical shift. Theoretical shift when it comes to national security studies or political science studies, looking at how the states shall be aware of protecting their sovereignty. So the components inside under this sovereignty sounds to be a little bit different at the age of the AI. And I'm having a couple of literature by Manuel Castells, and he talks about the state of flows, focusing on the power and the concept of power. And he said that power is not only about the tangible power, as we know, or not even the soft power as it has been developed by Joseph Nye, but rather it is actually the power of data, the power of information and networks. So this is one side of power as well. So if I'm talking about a state that is very powerful, but still away, still exporting and still buying from others to maintain this data system and networking, etc., according to him, this is actually taking from its own sovereignty. So this is one perspective that is aligned with my argument, that is, which is the sovereignty is reshaped and at the age of the AI. The sovereignty is not anymore only about the territoriality, but it's more about data control and all those stuff. The second example is, of course, the Castells also have been looking at the capital related to this. So the funds the state might be not able to introduce or to allocate, so that they will rely on some foreign whatever to provide the capital related to the data infrastructure or technological infrastructure. So this is all actually eating from its own sovereignty. This is example number one. The second one by a lady, Saskia Sassin, and she shows that globalization, so it doesn't weaken the state from outside, but actually it made the states reacting. And why they are reacting? Because they can see the changes inside. So globalization is not coming from outside to inside, but it comes from outside to inside and then start the processing inside. So changes can be seen inside, and that of course will put the state under a very big question mark, how to deal with these very rapid changes that is taking place inside, where this should be actually the territory under control of the state. And according to her, instead of territory disappearing, this is not the case, of course, but I would say that there is a shift. There is a shift towards a more complex spatial system. And even traditionally speaking, we said that states are controlling land and space and seas. Not anymore, because when we talk about space, we cannot guarantee what definition of space we are talking about, because it became very, very extended. For example, people are sending messages to each other. It's really difficult to control every single aspect of this. So these two perspectives altogether are actually suggesting or putting the territoriality under the question. And again, it doesn't mean that the territoriality cannot be seen. It's still there, but the reorganization has been making, or even the challenges have been at increase. I would say also that at the age of AI and connecting AI with sovereignty, connecting AI with the state and traditional state, national security, and all this stuff have been bringing up a list of new concepts that has been emerged as a response of this. One of those were actually the one I've been mentioning in my title, which is the algorithmic governance or algorithmic statehood. A little bit relatively recent concept that has been actually merging between the state as a political entity and algorithmic algorithms as a computational concept. What made this merge or this marriage happened? Actually, it happened actually reflecting the transformation that has been become when it comes to the governance. So governance, or the way the government is managing their affairs, cannot be actually seen, evaluated, developed, or implemented, excluding the AI inputs. I think the Dr. Reda presentation, just the one before me, she have been looking at something like this and how AI has been actually interfering, making an intervention in every single aspect. So as a matter of fact, we have this algorithmic governance. So before we have been looking at good governance, now we are looking at good algorithmic governance. And as you can see, it became more complex and more complicated. This is one of so many other examples of new concepts, and one of them actually is related to the coding and the coding system. And of course, code can be seen as a law in the language. So an interesting idea has been introduced, Hassan and Philippe, and they said that there is a shift due to the AI development and due to the AI intensive intervention in every aspect related to the government management. And they said that there is a shift from code is law to law is a code. So law is code is one concept, one other, it's a term or something like this, that it means that rules are no longer interpreted or enforced by the institutions. And here I mean the legal institutions. This is not the case, because in so many cases, legal institutions has to react to some aspect or some threat that has been made, or they has to face because of the AI. And maybe we have seen here and there the organized crime, the international organized crime, or the hacking incidents that has taken place, and they have the ability, those criminals, they have the ability to make intervention or to interrupt AI system or a computational system or databases for supreme countries. So that means that as a response, these institutions, these governments will make a law or a legal or an act or something to respond or trying to better controlling their legal system. So from this point of view, the law is the code rather than the code is the law, which means actually that increasingly the AI is embedded actually into the computational system. So computational system and the legal system have been merged in the practice day by day. And as a result, the governance became automated and pre-programmed. Of course, not every single aspect, but it can be seen in so many cases. Algorithmic governance will take me to the algorithmic statehood, of course, which is a little bit wider than the governance. So the governance means the way the government is managing its affairs or dealing its affairs, while statehood means the whole state. So it's a little bit higher than the government. Of course, state comes before the above the government itself. So we have the algorithmic governance, and we have also the algorithmic statehood. And again, I'm not talking about a total disappear of the typical or traditional sovereignty, but actually what happened from this point of view that the sovereignty became multi-layered or became multifaceted. So we still have territorial authority, of course, but on top of that, we have the global networks, moving data, the power of processing data or in producing data, producing database, producing the big data, producing servers of AI that have been important for the work of the all programs or all information system related to it. And all of this actually will reorder the states. And maybe this is why we have been seeing this very severe race between China and USA. Either country have been trying to update their DeepSeek, ChatGPT, or all those stuff. Why? Because they know that this is one way of the sovereignty, of course. Sovereignty isn't just spread out, but it became harder to see and evaluate. So the areas that is taking the states to control their sovereignty became more and more, and also it became, of course, harder because you cannot anticipate the other side who is actually outside your borders. You cannot control people outside your borders. But in case you do not control it well, their behaviors or their data will be sent to you, will affect your sovereignty directly. And this will take us again to the algorithmic statehood. In some cases, I found that some literature has been linking between the algorithmic governance, algorithmic statehood, and the transparency and accountability. And from my point of view, this is very controversial because what should be shared with public and what should be stamped as confidential or very, very confidential, this is actually depends on the situation and it varies from a state to another. So what is fine with USA government to share with public may be completely forbidden according to the law in some other state. So this is a way to understand how sovereignty is changing, that even the explanation of data sharing or providing data or transparency, the definition of transparency and definition of accountability when it comes to data possession or data sharing is different from one state to another. And this is by itself is another challenge to the data, to the state sovereignty. I'm trying to look at typical or real world examples just to make it short, how states might actually, or how many states all over the world, especially developed one or capable one or the advanced technological states can actually, can be seen that they have been embedded the AI in their legal system. Why? Because they can see that AI might eat from their sovereignty. I'm sharing 3 examples actually from the East and the West. The EU example, the China example, and also the US example. So at the European Union level, we have a framework. We have a legal system that is the AI governance framework, and it's a set of artificial intelligence related legal system or frames that is actually controlling or organizing the way related to the AI, like for example, the commitment to the rights of people, transparency, again, the accountability and all those stuff. But it sounds that despite the EU sounds independent, I mean, legally speaking, legal strengths of the EU as an organization or as a regional institution, it remains dependent on the digital infrastructure and platform. And by itself, this fact by itself is actually threatening the authority, threatening the sovereignty of the European states, because they, for example, they do not have a backup of their data because they fully rely on the digital infrastructure. So from hand, they have the legal framework, they have the legal instruction or the legal organization of how to deal with the AI, but on the other hand, they cannot protect themselves fully on not to make their data share because they heavily dependent on the digital infrastructure, on the digital form of data. China, on the other hand, of course, China is known as the biggest country when it comes to the being very protective, and it's very closed when it comes to its closed community when it comes to the data sharing. Despite all those facts, they are in when it comes to trying to be world number one in AI program producing. I mentioned the DeepSeek among so many other programs developed by China, tried to afford the ordinary citizens everywhere by the Chinese made in China AI program or AI software. So it means that China would love to control the AI. China knows that AI might eat or might affect their own sovereignty, of course. When it comes to specifically the algorithmic governance or statehood, they have been integrated the AI into the state structure, and they have their digital system yet all centralized.
Sorry to interrupt you. It's very interesting, but I would like to remind you that you have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
2 minutes? Okay, I'll work on 2 minutes, inshallah. Okay. So China is a very interesting example because they are they are in it. They have this interest of being world number one, but when it comes to local level, the internal level, it's very centralized, same as all state affairs as it happens in China. USA, when it comes to the American model, actually we have two sides. The first side, how the state perceive the AI position, who should produce the AI in USA. The very short answer is actually the private sector, and it's a private technology in USA. So the produce of the AI in the USA is totally private. It is taking place in the private sector. Of course, the state of defense and the the Department of Defense, which is Department of War right now, the Department of State, and all this, they are engaged. The president himself is engaged and is giving instructions and all the stuff. But the laboratory work is taking place in the private sector. So this is a very exceptional example. I would say that it is very much serving the national interest of USA, because at the end of the day, we do not mention the Microsoft or the name of the company. We mention that it is an American application. It is an American product after all. So USA is keep free providing the liberal market. It's an open market in everything, including the AI production. But from the outer side, from the outsider, we would see that the American portion in the production of AI is the main share. This is the main share. So which means that the American government still controlling the AI outside, or the AI system outside. When it comes to inside, they are relying on the private technology. And of course, it's totally decentralized, in contrary to the Chinese. And the type of comparison between the three models. So in my conclusion, I would say that I'm trying to raise a question, actually, rather than asking or repeating the conclusion that I have been already reading to you or dealing during my presentation. But I'm raising a question, as I told you in the very beginning, that this paper is still on the making, and also the topic itself is still in the processing. AI itself is still in the processing. So I would love to conclude with the While rethinking the sovereignty, there is a big question, which is, as artificial intelligence expanding here and there in the meaning and also in the components of sovereignty, it's expanding actually beyond the territory itself. It includes data right now. It includes the infrastructure, the algorithmic control, the everything. So while deepening this divide between those who produce these systems and those actually who consume them. So we're talking about the AI as an advancement or as an achievement by the humanity, where there is a technology that will be very helpful to everyone in the world, including states, of course, in the scope of my research. But the question that it's actually rethinking sovereignty again, because we still talk about those who are producing data and those who are consuming this. So of course, those who are producing will be very selective in providing their data. So do you think that sovereignty can still be understood as a unified and state-centered concept, or it's becoming more and more fragmented condition distributed across multiple and unequal actors, those who have and those who have it? Thank you very much.
Thank you. My presentation is on education, where I'm presenting my reflections on a teaching initiative which I did last year. So the topic is rethinking teaching undergraduate economics for sustainability learning using transdisciplinary approach. So my presentation is structured as the introduction, why rethinking teaching undergraduate economics, and why did I use the transdisciplinary approach, and then I'll present what I did, and then the challenges which I faced. Why rethinking undergraduate economics? Because of late there are criticisms on how we teach undergraduate economics, in the sense that it's being argued that it's less relevant or irrelevant in real world applicability. And also we are not encouraging students to critically think through issues. So the proposals by the various authors which I've read is that we need a pragmatic pluralist approach to teaching economics, so that we complement neoclassical economics, because the neoclassical economics is what we normally focus on when we teach economics. So we need to, when we have a pragmatic pluralist approach, then we expose our students to diverse ways of thinking about economics. The second issue is that the first century challenge which we face is climate change and political and socio-economic ecological sustainability issues. So when we have a pluralist approach, we present our students with a foundation for transformative sustainability learning and thinking. And also, us as lecturers, we should consciously restructure our curriculum and teaching approaches to incorporate that, so that we give our students a foundation for sustainability transition. So, but there are some courses which do not focus on sustainability per se. For such ones, we should be introducing sustainability themes, essay topics, and debates on various sustainability issues without necessarily deviating from the core issues in those particular courses. That way we'll be able to expose our students to sustainability knowledge, understanding, environmental ethics, as well as for them to become sustainability conscious, engaged citizens. And they'll also be able to reflect on the implications of implications for the environment with regard to our socio-economic and political actions. And why did I choose a transdisciplinary approach? I wanted to expose my students to diverse thinking, views, and opinions by diverse stakeholders who are outside academia, so that they can have a holistic and integrated pedagogical approach to learning economics, and also to expose them to flexible thinking by broadening their perceptions when they look at sustainability issues. And therefore, I'll be able to come up with a relevant economics education for my students. by having the complementary role of transdisciplinary approaches to teaching. And what did I do? My educational orientation personally is to tie theory and practice to make teaching and learning relevant. And the methodology which I used was sustainability-oriented guest lectures for guest lectures. So I had my theory lectures first, and then guest lecturers who come and present after the theory, so that they could complement the theory lectures with the practical application issues, and therefore tying theory to practice. So I had 2 guest lectures. One was a local businessman who presented a guest lecture on sustainability and innovative agricultural practice using waste management through the black soldier fly to produce sustainable agricultural inputs. Then the second guest lecture was by the director at our local municipality, where she presented a guest lecture on the municipality, the linkages between the local municipalities and the small and medium and micro enterprises. And the assessment which I used to see whether learning has occurred, first of all, there were question and answer sessions after each guest lecture. And then there were group discussions which were organized and coordinated by the guest lecture. Then I also had essay topics which were based on the guest lectures. These students had to choose whether they wanted to do an essay based on which particular guest lecture which they'd interested them, whereas other students just wanted to do theory essays which were based on theory. And then the exam question had both questions which were based on the guest lectures and questions which were based on theory. Then the evaluation for use of transdisciplinary approach through guest lectures as a teaching method, I used 2 evaluation techniques. The first one was through questionnaires, and the questionnaire was based on students evaluating the relevance of guest lectures as a teaching approach. And when I analyzed their responses, the guest lectures as a teaching method was very well received by students. And those are the statistics on how the students responded. 49 out of 69 strongly agreed that it's a relevant way of teaching. 16 out of 69 agreed, 2 were neutral, 2 were disagreed, and no one was strongly disagreed. Then the second question, response was from the students was whether the discussions which they had with the guest lecturers through the question and answer session, whether these were relevant to them, and they said yes, and those question and answer sessions were received very well by students, and they indicated that clarified concepts on sustainability issues. And those are the statistics for their responses. 45 said yes, strongly agreed, 18 agreed, 6 were neutral, no one disagreed, and no one strongly disagreed. Then the next set of questions was on the teaching and learning support materials, which were provided by the guest lectures, because they provided slides, audio recordings, as well as readings. And these were well received by the students, and those are the statistics regarding to the students' response. Then the second, the other question which was raised is the support and the feedback which I gave them on their draft essays and reflections. And the students responded that the feedback which I gave them on their reflections were quite useful in helping them to prepare for their assignments. And then those were the statistics regarding the responses. 29 strongly agreed, 11 agreed, 3 disagreed students, and no one strongly disagreed. But for those students who were not interested in doing the assignments based on the guest lectures, they also indicated those were 21. Then for future suggestions by the students is that they really wanted students to visit the local incubator firms which are supported by the local municipality. And they were also indicated that there should be guest lectures from the financial institutions here in the area so that they too can indicate their role in sustainable issues. Then evaluation through essays, these were either individually or in groups. What I got from the way the students answered the questions is that the guest lectures helped them to understand the linkages between theoretical issues and real-life sustainability topics. It enabled them to learn about sustainability issues and to be aware of the local sustainability issues in our community. And also they got a broad socio-ecological context of business, implications of business and economic issues when it comes to sustainability issues. They also showed me that they now have an insight into real life world sustainability issues. And some of them, the students were able to leverage their own past experiences with regard to sustainability issues to those which are existing in our local community. And they were also able to tie in sustainability issues with the Sustainable Development Goals. And they also demonstrated that they now have insights into solutions on various sustainability issues. And they now have knowledge beyond the discipline-specific knowledge because they were able to harness all this local knowledge from these guest lecturers who came to present their views on how they handle sustainability issues in their various sectors they are. But there were challenges in using the transdisciplinary approach. The first one is that it's time consuming. The planning which goes into that is quite exhausting. And one has to be an effective leader with regard to communicate and to follow-ups and to remind the stakeholders who might invited to come and present. And also everyone who is involved has to have a collaborative mindset because people can have different views, but when we collaborate and work together, things become easier. And also one has to adjust their work schedule because doing transdisciplinary approach to teaching adds extra commitments to your normal workload. And also to ensure that the information or the knowledge which is being shared by your guest lectures has to be relevant to the issues which you want your students to learn. And also the diverse backgrounds between ourselves as lecturers, the students, and the guest lecturers themselves, where we come from very different backgrounds, and therefore there can be communication challenges regarding to cultural differences, language, the terminology which we use, the expectations which us as lecturers have with regard to the teaching and learning process. And also one has to have a supportive environment so that you can have open dialogue which translates into knowledge regarding sustainability issues. And then the challenge is with fellow academics because they question the validity and the scientific, the extent to which knowledge which is outside academia is relevant, is valid, and yet yourself as a person who wants to do transdisciplinary approaches to teaching, you find value in having ideas from non-academics into issues which are relevant in what you'll be teaching, but your own colleagues may question the relevance of that and the justification of that when they are discipline-specific content which has to be taught. And then there's need for continuous collaboration to nurture those networks which you have developed with the stakeholders so that next time you call them, they'll be able to positively respond and come and assist. And also there's a need for us to, as lecturers at the university, to treat our community partners as equal, because sometimes the temptation is that we tend to dominate and to think that what we think is more relevant, or the knowledge which we have is more relevant or more appropriate to our teaching and learning processes than theirs. And then the issue of reflection and feedback. It has to be it's a three-pronged approach with the students, the educator, myself, and my community partner. All of the three of us have to reflect and to give feedback on this teaching and learning process which would have embarked on. And timing for feedback is crucial because people are busy with their own commitments. Students are busy, myself, I'm also busy, and my community partner is also busy. So feedback has to be timed properly so that we benefit from the teaching and learning experience which would have happened. Thank you.